Get started, shall we? Alrighty, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, and welcome back everybody to the next solo character challenge run, number 23, with a mime, or a mimic as it is called in the fan translation. As usual, I'm just going to start a new game, then briefly reset my console and load the file that has all the jobs unlocked from the beginning, and, well, then we'll get really going. So, I've done a bunch of research on the Mime and what you can or cannot do, and in short, as a lot of people already correctly pointed out, a Mime is effectively going to be a bit of a weaker kind of freelancer. That's the short version. A Mime is supposed to be used as a character job class in conjunction with other job classes, as you might expect. So, with a Mime, you can attach up to 3 abilities, as opposed to the standard 2 abilities with a freelancer, and those 3 abilities allow you to mix and match between other things. Effectively, you're missing the fight command by default, if I'm not mistaken, so you can attach the fight command to the character, which is what I'm going to do. Wait, are you missing the fight command? We'll see. Either way, you can attach up to 3 abilities, which is quite unique, and it would allow you to do crazy things like apply double magic and time magic and summon magic at the same time to a single character, which is actually kind of crazy powerful in a lot of respects. However, because this is a solo character challenge run with just a single job, we are just going to have to work with the Mime, and that's it. The Mime, as opposed to the freelancer, is more restricted in which weapons you can use, and you cannot equip dancer equipment. However, and that is something I only, well, learned when doing a bit of research, you can equip heavy armor and shields. So that fact alone is going to make this a lot easier than I anticipated, especially the shields, and shields are crazy good in Final Fantasy V. You need to get a chop level in something to equip fight, if you remember. I see, we'll figure it out, I guess, because potentially I'll have to do that. Light snow in Ohio, no snow in northern Germany, snowing here in New Jersey, I guess, too. Oh boy. Well, I hope you enjoy the snow. Please be careful on the roads. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work, to be honest. Like, I know you can fight as a as a Mime, but I'm not entirely sure how. And if there's literally no way for me to unlock the fight command without, like, getting a chop level in another class, then I'll have to do that first, I suppose. You've been looking forward to this one. Welcome to you. Also welcome to everybody. But yeah, I honestly don't really know how this works, but I did do a bunch of planning ahead. And the funny thing is to me that my goal level is level 40 for the rest of the game. I might reach a bit higher than that, potentially, depending on certain circumstances. But there's certain equipment and, well, tool configurations that allow me to do some kind of ridiculous things. This makes you sad it doesn't show off the unique properties of the job. Aww. It is quite the unique property to be able to equip 3 abilities, and, well, here we don't get any. Alrighty, we have arrived here, and introduction complete. Resetting real quick here to load the save file here. which has all the chop classes already unlocked by the chop command. And as usual, I'm going to set up the configuration. Battle speed is going to be slow, because that mainly affects how fast the enemies react. And at 5, I don't have to wait too long until until the enemies move, so it's fine. By the way, it doesn't actually give me any advantage to go to 5, aside from having more time for myself to act in battle, with the exception of like 1 or 2 or 3 battle speed, where the enemies react so quick that you effectively lose time in comparison to them. So battle speed 5 is just kind of a happy medium. In 6, you can also go with this, but if you actually want to wait for an enemy turn, it takes a long time until they actually move. Message speed is the fastest, so we get through this as quick as possible. Memory cursor, and also command set is short, which means up is my first, is normally attack, down is item, left is the first ability, and right is the second ability, rather than the list that you have as a command window normally. Then further, last time we did have a raffle on what background color we would like to have. It was suggested that we have gold, and I brought up the concern that maybe gold might not be particularly easy to do due to the nature of, well, I don't want it to be too bright, since that could be a bit difficult to see. I guess this is a bit of a dark one, huh? I'm not sure how good this looks or works. I guess it also depends on what monitor you have. On my monitor, this looks decently gold-ish, although a bit on the dark side. The alternative was suggested to have it cape green. I'm just gonna leave it as this for now. I'll make a save file here so I don't accidentally save over a separate save file. Golden mustard? Yep, something like that. 3 ticks brighter would be good, you say. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I hope it's not too bad on the eyes. Alrighty, as usual, we just have to get through this introduction section. And I'm going to switch over to the Mime Chop class as soon as we reach the Wind Shrine. It looks brown on your screen. Brown doesn't exist. That's a weird thing to say, isn't it? Who was it? There was a YouTube video about the color brown, which I thought was rather fascinating. No, the thing about the idea of brown doesn't exist, it's more of a concept also. We had Virocard tell us that we should use Virla as the name, so thank you very much for suggesting that. Welcome to the team. Gonna be mostly napping. But yeah, the main reason why I say that is brown is just a color that is just kind of a dark orange. Unless you put it into context. Like here, the ground is clearly brown because we know it's dirt, right? But if you saw the color without necessarily any context, you might not recognize that it's supposed to be brown. It's kind of the... I'm not good at explaining this. It's quite fascinating. Also, it's my favorite color, so there's that. Hello and welcome everybody, I hope you're doing well. Oh, Tech Connections it is called, right. Yeah. I've not watched all of their videos, but a lot of them are pretty interesting. Although, I also watched the one about the dishwasher. And there was a lot of stuff I didn't know about dishwashers, so that's a thing. Black and white are also not colors then? I think that's more of a semantic decision, isn't it? And also I suppose it kind of depends on whether you use the additive or subtractive color system, or whatever that's called in English. Hello and welcome. I'm actually really curious how we start as a mime, because as I said, I don't actually know how you do select the fight command. I'm pretty sure you can. And as Moodman in chat mentioned earlier, that I might need to unlock a job level on something first in order to get that. So I will want to unlock something that is completely inconsequential first. Did Butts or Fairies win? Fairies was chosen. I was just looking at Butts here on the screen. I read Butts and my brain said Butts. It's we're going to run with Fairies in this one. Which means I will want to not forget to buy the sleep spell. Alright, the menus are a bit... I would like it to be darker. Let's put it this way. A bit tricky to reliably see, I feel like. I'm gonna set it back to this, which is just kind of like a dirty yellow, it feels like, instead of the gold color. I don't know, maybe I just run with this for now. Welcome to Eureka Dactylus, I hope you have a good time so far. So as usual, we have to defeat these enemies here, you literally cannot proceed without defeating them first. Which means Butts is now level 2. Maybe put a tick of blue in. We can try that actually. Sounds like a reasonable suggestion to me. Honestly, color theory I found to be rather fascinating when I had that in school. Unfortunately, it wasn't really expanded upon, at least. No, let me actually backtrack on this real quick. I think I find it to be fascinating now. I'm pretty sure I was kind of neutral to it at the time. But the more I learn about it, the more interesting it seems to be to me. Chat starting to resemble art class. Why not? I mean, art is kind of a fascinating topic in itself. This goes towards grey, basically. Hello and welcome, Blood. I hope you have a nice time so far. You're red-green colorblind, so you're going to abstain. Yeah, actually, if there's something in particular where you have a hard time telling things apart because of the color schemes I choose, please do tell me. And if I can change it, I will try to adjust. Alrighty. We're in the cave and we're just gonna run away. There's not really anything else I need to do here. So... it's going to be like, I think 5-7 more minutes until we arrive. The chest on the left side contains a leather helmet, and since we don't start with a leather helmet, I'm going to go and grab that. Leather helmet is just 1 defense. The thing is, 1 defense at this stage in the game actually does make a decent difference. Because let's put it this way, there's always 2 components to an attack. One is your attack power, which enemies at this stage have like 10, 15-ish attack power. And depending on how much defense you have, it's basically a direct subtraction in order to recognize the final attack power against the target. So if we have 5 defense and an enemy has 15 attack, they will result in a final 10 attack. Subsequently, they also have an attack multiplier. That's the second component to an enemy attack. And if an enemy has a final attack value of 10, which 15 minus 5, 10 attack in this case, and then they have a multiplier of 3, well, then they have 3 times 10 attack, so that is 30 damage. It does have a little bit of variance in there depending on attack type, but that's just kind of the general gist on how it works. So in short, the lower the enemy's base attack is, the more influence a single point of defense has, and this early on the enemies do have, generally speaking, relatively low attack power. And, well, consequently, one more defense does make a, well, pretty decent difference. There we go. Thank you so much for 5 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Time flies fast. It does indeed. It does indeed. Thank you very much. I hope you're doing well. I didn't realize we had 2 commands for that, with sub and sub-hype. That's surprisingly straightforward for a Final Fantasy damage calculation. Yeah, I actually have no idea how later or previous Final Fantasies work, but honestly, Final Fantasy 5 is kind of simple as a baseline. The complexity comes from how the different systems interact with each other. Also, if there's some rounding going on, it's always rounded down in case you're curious. 1 command, 2 aliases. That makes sense. Grimer raid. I know it's supposed to be Grimer parade, basically. But Grimer raid always reminds me of Gatorade instead, for some reason. Which, hey, grape-flavored Gatorade might actually be okay? I don't know. It's a weird drink in the first place, I guess. Alrighty, we're almost there. Almost at the Wind Shrine. Just one more time we need to tell him, no, you don't need to drive me to the Wind Shrine, I can do this myself, thank you very much. And we are finally free. We are finally actually moving on our own. It always takes 20 minutes until we get somewhere. And that's alright. Okay, next up. Save again. Put Ferris in the front, because Ferris is our main character. And now let's see how Mime works. So Mime, we have over here. As a mimic, it's called in the fan translation, able to equip any weapon or armor except ribbon. You say any weapon? That's wrong. You cannot equip any weapon. Also, it's not just ribbon, it's generally speaking dancer equipment, so there's that. Alright, equip optimum. So, I think this now means that I was not able to equip any ability. Ah, that's why. The abilities thingy here is not unlocked yet until we, well, learn any ability on any character. I think that is the problem, isn't it? So, yeah, I can mimic. Alright, actually I can... Mimic doesn't do anything, by the way, unless you do something else first. So what I can do is I can attack here. Alrighty. So I just had a stupid idea. Let me explain real quick. So, if I want to make this a true only mime challenge, I have to cheat a little bit in some capacity, which means either I need to unlock an ability on some other character first, or some other subclass first in order to be able to unlock the abilities. Or I grind up to 999 ability points as a mime, unlock Mimic in order to be able to equip stuff as a Mimic, but the problem is I still cannot actually get any ability points right now. If I had access to the Warus area, where the Galuras literally just run away, I could just do 999 battles of them running away. But this way, I have to do something that is not normally part of the solo challenge. So, consequently, I need to learn an ability with a job class, I think. What I could do in theory is, and that's kind of ridiculous, I could attack with one of my other guys that is, well, not part of the solo challenge. And then I could mimic that attack. Also, by the way, Ferris mimics attacking Galuf too. So it would be really complicated because I would have to attack an enemy, then I would need to have my allies get knocked out by the enemies. And then I mimic them attacking the enemy, because you cannot mimic the enemy's attacks or abilities, unfortunately. So yeah, I think this is... we have to unlock an ability first. We technically could unlock the Mimic ability first with 999 chop points, but I'm not entirely sure that's, well, reasonable. And thank you for the good luck, I can definitely use that, and welcome to you, I hope you have a good time. You save first, right? I'm not sure, yeah, I did save. Alrighty. So, what's the quickest thing to unlock a shop thing with 10? Okay, the 10 is the lowest, generally speaking, for any ability to unlock. But does not affect anything. Also, hang on. Did I? No, we can equip a dagger, that's fine. I was just wondering, wait, can I not equip daggers? No, it's fine. So yeah, I have to unlock a ability first. And chat, what do you think? We have our options are Knight, Thief, Ninja, Samurai, Mystic Knight, White Mage, Black Mage, Time Mage, Blue Mage, Mediator, it's Beastmaster by the way, and that's it. Alright, I'm not going to do the grind up to Mimic to 999, because I would need to battle 999 battles, since everything is one ability point around here, I think. Unless there's an encounter I'm not aware of. And I would have to revive and kill off my allies every single battle. So that would take a long time. So yeah, let's go for a compromise. Let's go... let's make it as difficult as possible. Let's unlock the first ability of a white mage. Blue is most like Mime. That's a fair point, I suppose. Blue mage is most like Mime. Yeah, I think none of them actually interfere with anything, do they? Peep is good thematically and no stats. Alright, let's go with Blue Mage. Actually, I like that suggestion, because it is very true. Blue Mage is the most like Mime. So I'm going to basically fight 10 battles outside the Wind Shrine before I go anywhere else, I think. White 1 would give stats, would it? Isn't it that you only gain the stats as soon as you... Oh, that's a back attack. Isn't it that you only gain the stats as soon as you... mastered the top class? Yeah, I think Mime gets the mastery. But unless you master top class, I don't think you gain any benefits, do you? Either way, the first chap level of the Blue Mage here should not really do anything too special. I'm actually pretty low on HP. But yeah, maybe a quick introduction how Mime as well as Freelancer work in terms of passive abilities. I actually haven't even mentioned their stats yet. I'll get to that once we... or more in detail, once we actually get to the thing. So the short version is, Mime stats and Freelancer stats are literally average across the board. They have a 24 stat baseline on everything, which means that... also need to go back in order to buy potions. A 24 stat baseline plus however much stat the individual character gains on top of everything. Which means for Fairies it is plus 3 strength, it is plus 3 agility, plus 2 magic power and plus 2 vitality if I'm not mistaken. So pretty decently strong stats across the board, I think. But yeah, for anybody who may have just joined us, the reason why I'm a Blue Mage right now is because I need to unlock the abilities. And in order to unlock the abilities, I need to level up some shop in order to level 1. And the suggestion was that, hey, Blue Mage is the most like Mime in terms of equipment, etc. So let's choose Blue Mage in order to unlock these abilities, and I think I really agree with this. Actually, let me run away from this. I don't want to learn Goblin Punch. Yes, White Mage Magic 1 would give us abilities. So I cannot select the ability here, which I need in order to be able to attack as a Mime. You'll see that in just a moment. Either way, I'm gonna go walk through the area here. I'm gonna collect a bunch of money, and then just buy potions. This is something a lot of characters have to do anyways. And the only downside is that we don't have fairies in our team right now, but that's alright. Okay, we enter the beginner's house, and of course we are beginners, we are just beginning our adventure. At least that's how I interpret it. So here we are, grab a bunch of money, and more money. I know these have all different names, but it's just money for me right now. And I think that's gonna be sufficient for potions in theory. But you might as well go ahead and grab the leather shoes as well up here. There's leather shoes on the top right. Over there, over here is a Phoenix Stone. Phoenix Stone is worth 500 gold if I sell it, and well, one potion costs what, 40 gold? So it's a bunch of potions in the end. That's quite nice. Here we go. Leather shoes are an accessory that gives us +1 defense. And as I've mentioned already, 1 defense is not a whole lot, but it does actually make a solid difference this early on in the game. And well, we're kind of... we don't really have many options, let's put it this way. 150 more gold, and here we go. Into the shop here. Gonna sell... I'm not really going to use the tents. Gonna sell the ether as well. Gonna sell the phoenix stones. And we're just buying as many potions as we can. Which is 86 more potions, we have 89 now. And that's kind of all we do here. We grab fairies on the way out again. Give her the leather shoes. Did you actually recover? Nope, Fairy still has the same amount of health. By the way, Butts did get revived during that entire ordeal, which is quite interesting. Right. Move your leather armor so you have less defense. And... let's go ahead and grab these last few job levels. I don't want to enter the wind shrine until we're basically starting the challenge proper. Which is why I'm running around outside here rather than going into the wind shrine. We will just have a few more levels than usual, I guess. Thank you. Those 3 cat encounters actually take quite a long time. If I were to go inside the wind shrine, I would get probably better encounters, where there's a lot less groups with more than 2 enemies. But outside here, looks like the norm is 3 and sometimes even 4. Oh boy. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody, make sure that you hide your food, hide your wallet, hide your shoes, hide your... I don't know, anything that is just bite-sized for a rabbit, because the rumble raid has been unleashed. Rump, rump, rump. They're just gonna eat everything. That's just kind of the nature of, well, the rabbit. Rump, rump, rump. Also, by the way, if I miss anything in the chaos of the rumble raid, feel free to repeat things if you'd like to. Rump, rump, rump. Also, that's the secret. There's gained another level. How many more job points do we need? 5 more battles. Alright. Children are bite-sized. Well... maybe, maybe not. Probably not. Oh boy. 4.5 years, indeed. Lethlin, thank you so much for a crazy long time. For 54 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Oh. Firefox needs to update. Oh, one thing, and actually... I'm going to refresh my capture card real quick, because I just realized that unless I do this, the cropping isn't quite right. Still isn't quite right, but hey, it's fine. Better than before, I think. I don't know why. I don't actually change anything on my settings, but my capture card just decides that sometimes it's slightly large, sometimes it's slightly smaller, and I have no idea why. Welcome to you, Author Blues. Thank you for the good luck. I hope you have a good time so far. 4 more battles until we can actually use the Mime. You clearly remember being prompted Seeker of Mana. Well, yeah, but I imagine everybody who has, like, a baby, they would not let in the rabbits anywhere close, unless they are well domesticated. I mean, everybody should be aware of the dangers of rabbits around here, right? I hope so. Okay, let's see. 3 more battles until we can use the Mime. Two more battles. No, frogs are friends, not food. You have that backwards, Yenrishatum. It takes a while to domesticate the baby. Why? Oh, what about a rabbit though? It makes more sense. Brain still isn't finding it on all cylinders. I mean, should it? Good morning. Oh, actually it was right now. We have unlocked the ability thingy, so that means we can now finally become a Mime. And as you can see, we have 3 ability slots, and we can actually replace fight and item. So in theory, we can neither fight nor item, which is kind of fascinating at it to say. Either way, this is how it's going to look. Well, let's see. Fight is actually going to be on the left side. This is going to be very, very strange for me. Item is going to be at the bottom, which is kind of what I'm used to. So, yeah, that's just going to be how it is, and there's not much I can change about that. Aside from that, let me actually real quick mention something about the stats. We have 27 strength, because we have 24 strength as a Mime, plus 3, because Fairies gets plus 3 as a character. Same deal with agility, 24 plus 3, vitality, 24 plus 2, magic power, 24 plus 2 as well. So, one of the things I actually never realized, if you have the exact same amount of strength and agility, then the weird breakpoints of the weapons actually line up in a rather fascinating way. What I mean with this is the dagger class weapon has actually a very strange kind of property. Let me show you real quick. So this is the calculator I set up for the Mime. I already punched in the numbers. So basically, there is a certain bug in Final Fantasy V where daggers are supposed to scale off of agility just as much as they scale off of strength in terms of attack multipliers. And the multipliers are the abilities modifiers here. And the weird thing is, if you have exactly the same strength and agility on a character, it lines up in a rather unusual way. So, to give you a frame of reference what these numbers here mean, just look at this column here, that's it, that's all you need to look at. So, from level... By the way, that's the level column. From level 5 all the way until 14, we deal the exact same damage as a Mime as we do, well, with any other class, which means we will always deal the same damage until we exactly hit level 15. And that's kind of an interesting point, because we actually gain strength bonus multipliers every, well, less levels, but they just kind of weirdly coincide with the... Either you get +1 from a dagger with the agility modifier, or you do not, which actually means you can lose strength. which means, coincidentally, between level 9 and 10, from level 9 to 10, we lose the agility bug modifier, but we gain +1 strength modifier, so it's the exact same anyways. So this means our goal level is going to be level 15 in order to, well, have an attack multiplier of 6, which means against Carl boss it's going to take, I think, 7 attacks on average. Well, it's almost guaranteed going to be 7 attacks in order to try and defeat him. So I just thought that was kind of funny because the multiplier just happened to line up in a really fascinating and rather unique way I hadn't seen on any class before. Or maybe I just didn't have to calculate them in the earlier classes yet. Alrighty, welcome to the solo character challenge run with the Mime. And yes, when Moonman says you only get the last bit of the agility multiplier, they literally mean the last bit. Like 1 byte is 8 zeros or 1 states, as in on and off states, and 1 bit is just 1 at the beginning. It's... I don't know how to concisely explain. It's not that difficult to understand. I'm just not sure how to explain it, honestly. Either way, we're level 7, which actually means we're in danger in here. The reason for this is that the Black Goblins, if I'm not mistaken, are level 7 as well, and they just so coincidentally happen to use an ability that if you are the same level as your target, you take 8... Is it 8 times? Yeah, I think it is 8 times damage, ignoring defense, always hitting with Goblin Punch. Goblin Punch is a very weird kind of blue magic attack that is just really, really strange. Oh, one thing else I actually wanted to point out. So as a Mime, we can actually equip daggers, rods, staves, and shields. Of these kind of weapon type thingies, daggers are probably going to be across the board our best physical weapons. Rods are going to be incredibly helpful as a tool in order to defeat enemies. Once we are, well, arriving at the possibility to buy rods, it's actually going to go relatively quick and smoothly as a Mime, because the ability to equip rods is, well, that's just our ability, because we won't get really any useful abilities for the most part to do anything with, well, things anyways. However, rods are just going to be very, very helpful, and I do plan on absolutely abusing this. We have only used this sparingly on other characters that can equip rods, just trying to get through the encounters with their own strength rather than just using early level 3 spell, which is, well, crazy powerful. But with the Mime, we don't really have much more to work with. So yeah, shields. Shields are crazy good in Final Fantasy V. They give you a chance to block enemy attacks, and later on even give you certain immunities against elements, as well as, well, a high chance to block physical attacks, and we can even improve that chance to block physical attacks further. It's really, really good, honestly. Then we can equip, in fact, heavy armor. So this is light armor, medium armor, and heavy armor. So we can equip everything across the board except for dancer equipment, which means no ribbon, no rainbow dress, no red shoes, and I think that's actually it. We actually can, in fact, equip the tiara. Wait, we can equip a tiara, but we can't get one early, so it's not actually useful. Either way, yeah, that's kind of how the Mime works. So either way, we also want to get level 8 before we get clobbered by a Black Goblin here, and... So, what does the Mimic ability do? Which is, of course, the signature ability of the Mime. When I use Mimic, it will mimic the last action of what the last of my party members did. So this means if a party member uses the black magic spell Flare or the holy magic spell Holy in order to nuke an enemy, I can just press Mimic and our last action gets repeated. Now this is not nearly as useful as it could be in a solo character challenge run because, well, I'm going to only be able to mimic my own action. So there's going to be very limited usefulness for this kind of, well, toolset, let's put it that way. The most use I can think of for using Mimic is if I'm not mistaken, if I use a consumable item on myself, like a potion or an elixir in battle, I can actually just mimic using that elixir, and it's not actually going to consume the elixir for that matter. By the way, we just got the second leather drop in 2 battles. The 1 in 16 drop rate from the Black Goblins, so that's quite unusual. You can drink the same potion forever. Yep. That's the one thing we can do as a Mime with its signature ability. Beyond that, it's just going to be for, well, minor convenience. If I don't want to keep targeting myself, let's say, with the healing stuff later, I can just mimic healing myself with the healing stuff. I might just... wait. No, wait, I'm actually level 8 now, we're fine. So this battle could have straight up killed me if I wasn't already level 8 now. If I was still level 7, these guys would have killed me right there. But I did level up, hooray! So, as mentioned before, we're going to go to level 15, and we also need some elixirs. Let me explain real quick for the uninitiated. In Final Fantasy V, the early game, we don't really have many tools to heal ourselves with to a decent amount. The only other healing item aside from elixirs, which by the way, elixirs heal both HP and MP to full, so there's just a full restore, really strong. And usually you kind of tend to keep these tools until, well, the end game, because it's amazing to just recover 9000 HP in one go with just a single item. That's quite nice. However, the only other option for healing we have at this point is potion. And the potion in Final Fantasy V heals for 50. We already have pretty much triple that amount of maximum HP. And that would mean we would need to spend a fair few turns to try and heal ourselves with just regular potions. And let me tell you, the first real boss, not this one here, this is just a tutorial, the first real boss called Boss, we want to spend as few turns as possible healing, because the probability of winning against him is kind of low in the first place. So we don't need to make it even less likely by just trying to heal with only potions. So that's why we need a bunch of elixirs, like 4, 5 or so, in order to be able to have a decent shot at winning by only healing, well, once per turn, so to speak. Now, that is just one part. The other part is, because Boss is such a big meanie, we also want to try and defeat him with as few attacks as possible. And as I have just mentioned earlier, until level 15, all the way from level 5 to 14, you deal the exact same amount of damage, just due to how the damage calculation works. So literally, until I hit level 15, that is the exact amount of damage you see. The only thing that changes is my HP. Also in Final Fantasy V, you do not actually gain any stats per level. The only thing you get is you gain levels as a number and, well, HP, maximum HP. That's it. That's the only thing that changes per level up. Which, to be fair, increasing levels does actually make a pretty big impact on how much damage you do in the long run, but not until you hit certain thresholds based on your weapon of choice, whether that be magic or, well, regular weapons. Also, we just got our first elixir. Very nice. Worth noting, by the way, these Multiwind enemies have a 1 in 16 chance to drop elixirs. So we just got the first one, which is nice. Yes, level is used in multiplier. In the case of a dagger, level is basically multiplied with strength and divided by 128 or something like that, rounded down, plus 2, I think, for our attack multiplier. I'm actually not entirely sure how it works exactly. Either way. Oh, another elixir. We're getting really lucky here. Either way, levels very important, but unless you reach certain thresholds, you will not see a difference. That's the short version. Outside of HP growth, which maximum HP is really important. But it kind of pales in comparison to how many attacks we need. Let me actually really quick explain as to what it means to try and defeat the first boss. I can just switch back over to the plant thingy here. Also, I should... Oh yeah, I played A Link to the Past recently, which is why this is wider now. Here. Making it a bit larger. Alrighty. So, this is the first boss, Caraboss, the big red lobster. And the way AI scripts work in Final Fantasy V is as follows. Each enemy has 3 things they can do every turn they go. For example, a black goblin here has a 1 in 3 chance to use Goblin Punch. The other 2 times he will just do a regular attack. Caraboss here has 3 abilities he can use total. In the first turn, he either does Fight, which is just a regular attack. That is what you want to see against Caraboss, guaranteed. And the second thing he can do is he can do specialty attacks. Specialty attacks kind of depend on what the enemy is, but in our case, it is an attack that both deals physical damage, like Fight, and stuns us. And as you can see here right now, a stun is really bad for our solo character, because we literally can't do anything for about 2 turns. Then we need to refill our ATB, our action time bar in the bottom right, and then we get to take an action. So effectively, we are eliminated or taken out for about 3 turns until we can do something. It is slightly modified by certain level thresholds and speed. I'm actually not sure about the speed part. Either way, it really takes a while until you can do something again. So it is kind of a big issue. But this alone wouldn't be that bad, getting stunned. However, the problem is, Caraboss' second and third turn, he has a chance to use an ability called Tail Screw. Tail Screw is an attack that puts us into critical HP, meaning 9 HP remaining or less. There's a very slight chance we will be able to resist the Tail Screw, but it's like 90% chance to hit us, so we should not really count on it, honestly, to miss at all. And Tail Screw, well, it just puts us into critical HP, so what you will probably get to see is the classic combo of Caraboss stuns us in the first turn with his specialty attack. Then in the second turn, he is just going to use Tail Screw with a 1 in 3 chance to put us into critical HP. And then in the third turn, he's just gonna hit us with an attack or another specialty attack, which is just going to straight up kill us. And there's nothing we can do in the meantime because we are still stunned. So yeah, that's just the way Caraboss can potentially play out. Effectively, every attack cycle, he has a decently strong chance of just straight up killing us. And that's just the nature of the beast, which means the less turns we spend trying to defeat him, which by the way he has 650 HP, the less turns we spend trying to defeat him, the better. And this is why we want to reach a reasonable attack or, well, damage threshold in order to, well, deal enough damage against Caraboss. Because our attack power is not that great, with 27 strength, it takes a bit longer than it takes for other characters to reach that damage threshold. It will be better than Summoner. Summoner was a very special case. But yes, it will be better than Summoner. Summoner was not worse than White Mage, I dare to say, but it did come surprisingly close. I did get really lucky on the White Mage, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, Summoner did get... Summoner had a really unfortunate thing happen. So, as I mentioned before, how long you're stunned is partially dependent on your level. It makes a very tiny difference. If I'm not mistaken, every 8th level, you have like 1 in-game tick less time until well, how long you're stunned. And by the way, one in-game tick is whenever you see the ATB in the bottom right tick up, so it's a very, very, very tiny amount. However, the problem with the summoner is, as a fairy summoner, I think I needed to reach level 16 in order to get the same attack threshold, in order to, well, defeat Carbos with reasonably few attacks. So, level 16, not too bad, you might think. But the problem is, our level and agility just aligned up in such an awkward way, where Carbos, he stunned us in the first turn, second turn he could do whatever, in a third turn, if he tried to stun attack us again, we actually literally, in that very, very moment, we no longer were stunned, and we would get re-stunned again. So that's a huge problem, because normally, you don't actually recover from the stun in time for the next two attacks if he chooses to use the stun attack again to reapply the paralyzation. However, the summoner was in such a ridiculously awkward spot that his second attack after we get stunned could in fact just reapply the entire stun duration, which meant we couldn't do anything. So the chance of being able to do anything at all was actually significantly diminished as a summoner just because we recovered very slightly faster. So you actually don't want to reach level 16 is the lesson I've learned from that. So yeah. We have plus 8 strength and minus 8 agility over the bard. So agility is actually kind of a big deal if you manage to be faster than Carbos, because right now we have 27 agility, which means that's our speed, we have just 27 speed. Carbos has 30 speed, which means unless we have 31 agility, well, actually, unless we have 32 agility, we are not going to be faster than Carbos, at least not guaranteed. Well, let me put it this way. If you have exactly 30 agility, it's a coin flip whether you're gonna be faster than Carbos or not, just because of the enemy always gets either a +1 or a -1 to their speed stat. So Carbos, having 30, always starts with either 29 speed or 31 speed. So unless you have exactly 32 speed, you're not going to be guaranteed faster. And with 28 speed or lower, which, well, we are at 27, Carbos is always going to be faster, which means he will always be able to attack us before we can do anything in our turns. That is actually kind of a big deal, because you get one less guaranteed attack in, and after you recover from the stun, Carbos will be able to go again before you can do anything for the most part. So chances are you won't be able to do much at all in a large portion of the game, or the fight, if you have less agility than Carbos. So being faster than Carbos is a huge advantage, and I dare to say, even though the bard has a lot less strength than our character right here, the bard with higher agility did probably have an easier fight. I say probably because, well, in the end it comes down to luck anyways. Welcome to you next, thank you for the good luck. So yeah. By the way, the white mage did, as a matter of fact, have a lot more trouble, well, at least theoretically, against Carbos than any of the other characters. And the reason for this is that staves, which is the only type of weapon a white mage can equip, staves are terrible. Like, really, really bad as a weapon. As a weapon type. There's a very brief moment where a stave type weapon called the flail is actually pretty decent, not bad at all, but that is a very, very brief period of time, let me put it that way. But before you defeat Carbos, you don't even get the flail, so that's kind of the main problem about it. So the staff weapon, it has a 5% chance to miss, which doesn't sound like a big deal until you realize that you on average need 14 attacks with a white mage at level, what was it, 21 or so? In order to defeat Carbos. And That's not good. I could have died to the Moldwin Stare in theory. With a 1 in 27 chance, but I could have still died. Either way, where was I? I'm so used to just pressing up in order to attack at the beginning of battle, this was just kind of muscle memory right there. First time that happened to me, probably not the last one. Having to press left in order to attack is so weird. Doesn't staves never gain attack damage regardless of level? I mean... no weapon gains attack damage regardless of level. But you do gain more attack... well, you do get more damage output based on your level and multiplier. Staves do scale off of magic power, but only half as well as any other weapon that scales off of strength, if I'm not mistaken. It's all fight all the time class. Only until a certain point, actually. We will have more tools available. Yeah, let me actually check something real quick. Light mage with a low strength will have crappy multiplier. That's what you say, actually. As I said, I think they scale off of agility? What am I saying? Magic power. Let me double check that real quick. Mimic will actually get to a decently high power level. In fact, Mimic is easier than some other solo characters we've played. But we're going to be doing pretty heavy equipment abuse, let's put it that way. You'll see what I mean once we get to it. Let's see, stuff? Oh wait, the rods are the... okay, never mind. Rods are the weapons that scale off of magic power. Staves do scale off of strength, so I think you're correct. Because of the low strength of a white mage, well, you're not gonna deal much damage anytime soon. Which is also why we had to level up this crazy high as a white mage in here. So yeah. Either way, staves as a weapon for a white mage, aside from just inherently doing very little damage because low general overall attack power, both of the weapon as well as of the white mage. On top of that, a 5% chance to miss, well, it did come in a few times. But it's only 5%, so it should be okay most of the time, right? Oh well. Aside from that, a staff weapon has a ridiculous range of how much damage it can deal. So, to give you a frame of reference, we currently have a dagger equipped. It has 14 base attack power. There's always a little bit of variance on how much damage you deal with your weapons, and that variance expresses itself in how much attack power you can have. If I'm not mistaken, a dagger can have basically up to a +3 to attack power whenever you attack, so it is +0, +1, +2, +3. I think those are the 4 possible attack power, well, multiplications. What that means is that additions, not multiplication. Either way, we have from 14 to 17 attack power whenever we attack, at random. We don't know what it's going to be. But that also means there's only 4 possible values you see in combat. If you actually watch the numbers in combat, you will only see 4 distinct values pop up on enemies around here, because all of them have 0 defense right now. So that's for daggers. You always get technically a little bit more attack power as a dagger. With a staff, the range of your attack power, let's say the staff's attack power is like... actually, I'm gonna just look it up real quick. What is a staff? Whip spells, spears, spears, rods, katanas, staves, there we go. Alright. The basic staff has an attack power of 9. So 5 less than the dagger, which is a huge deal this early on. And then on top of it, your damage range, or damage attack power, ranges from 4 because it is half of 9, rounded down, up to 13 if I'm not mistaken, because it's always rounded down. So if the staff weapon had just one more attack power, you actually would have a more favorable attack range. Either way, your base attack power with which you attack ranges anywhere from 4 up to 13, times whatever your attack multiplier is. But that is not really good, because even at a level, I don't know, let's say level 50 White Mage, your damage would be potentially 4 times, I don't know, 15? Which is really low for a White Mage that is that high level. So yeah, I'd have to say White Mage is the most difficult start of any of the job classes. But, well, the Time Mage just coincidentally happened to be really bad in a different way. Yes, Aegis Shield, Genji Shield, Ice Shield, Fire Shield, all of these tools are gonna be incredibly helpful for our class. Being able to equip basically every armor, shields, and actually just that alone is a huge boon to be able to get through the game. Even if the rest is not that great, except for the ability to equip staves and rods. Mainly rods. Stave is going to be useful too, though. Yes, we got the bone mail. So I'm actually going to spoil something real quick, because we will potentially or probably not get to that point today. So one of the things I was actually kind of excited about when I started routing was there is that armor that can only be equipped by a chemist and, well, freelancer in the Mime. That is called the Angel Suit. You get that at the beginning of World 2. The Angel Suit is very unique in that it actually has a strange property of absorbing poison-based damage. Now, there's not a whole lot of enemies that deal poison-based damage, so the usefulness is limited. But what you can do in theory is, if you can equip rods, you can buy a Venom Rod, which allows you to break the Venom Rod and cast Bio onto yourself. So you could effectively break a Venom Rod and heal yourself for a substantial amount, while having the Angel Suit equipped, without having the downsides of the Bone Mail. Now the thing is, the Bone Mail also allows you to attack yourself with poison-based damage, and heal yourself with a Venom Rod, because it also absorbs poison-based damage. So effectively, I was kind of excited because for the first time, a character could equip the Angel Suit and equip Venom Rods. But, well, it turns out the problem is that the Bone Mail is just strictly superior if I were to use that strategy. The Chemist could not actually equip Venom Rods, so I had no way of attacking myself with poison-based damage in order to heal for a substantial amount. Plus, a Chemist heals naturally for 1000 anyways, thanks to the passive, so yeah. It was kind of like, oh man, the Angel Suit is such a unique piece of equipment that you don't get to use this property of ever, because even when the situation aligns that I can equip staves and the Angel Suit, rods and an Angel Suit, well, the Bone Mail is just better. And yes, I guess the flail does get an armor piece and property, which is going to be nice against iron. Alrighty. If you have any questions or would like to remark anything, feel free to chime in, because other than that, we're just gonna be running in circles here until we hit level 15. Venom slash healing also gives you HP leak. This will kill you with Hurricane, Deathclaw, Tailscrew. Yes, that is definitely something worthwhile keeping in mind. Basically, my main idea is that the bone mail has really ridiculously high defense, but normally the downside is you can't heal yourself while having it equipped. But, well, with breaking venom rods on yourself, you can heal. Which, by the way, in case you're wondering, why don't you just break fire rods over yourself with a flame ring equipped in order to achieve a similar effect? Well, curiously enough, venom rods, if you break them, you can target who you break them on. You can also break them on yourself. However, fire rods you can only break on all enemies. You cannot even single target it if you want to. It's always going to be all enemies. So that's why that unfortunately doesn't quite work. By the way, these multiple enemies, the second turn they can use arrow with a 1 in 3 chance, I think. Arrow is, well, going to deal about 70 to 80 damage, so that's kind of scary with our low maximum HP, which is also why I ran away earlier from the triple Moldwind fight when I accidentally used Mimic. Since all 3 of them using that arrow for, I don't know, 80 damage would have killed me at the time. Yes, White Wind does work through the Bone Mail, which is quite awesome as well. Which I think... Wait, Blue Mage could equip the Bone Mail, right? I might have used that, I don't remember. Blue Mage was, I think, one of the earlier classes I used for the challenge. Good morning to you, Etir. Mime is going to be quite alright, actually. And welcome, I hope you have a good time so far. Yeah, I don't remember. Blue Mages can equip shields, which is ridiculously insanely powerful, because Blue Mages are intently already crazy strong. I think for fairness and balancing reasons I would have given the Red Mages a shield equipped instead of the Blue Mage, but oh well. Hello! Oh. Wave wave. Hey Magus, good morning. Actually, good afternoon and welcome. I hope you have a good time. One mail is blue? Okay, okay. Yeah, I didn't remember whether you could equip a blue mail... A blue mail? A bone mail on blue mage or not. Hey, another elixir. Magus comes in and brings us the luck. Nice. Hello. And welcome. I'm waving, by the way. Hang on. Doing this with one hand while waving with the other just kind of confuses my waving hand. Because... it's really difficult to do one specific thing while continuously waving with the other hand, let me put it this way. If you've never tried, you should. Yes, Vampire in the Super Nintendo version isn't as crazy as it is in the Game Boy Advance version, but it's still really good. GBA Vampire is bugged. Is it a bug or is it intentional? Because they changed it. They didn't have to change it, did they? Another thing that kind of works in a weird way is if you cast Drain on yourself. If you have, let's say, 1 HP remaining, and you hit yourself for Drain for 250 damage, you will be at 250 HP afterwards, because you lose that 1 HP, but you get healed for 250 as well. So you can never knock yourself out by Drain. But technically you can heal through the Bone Mill with that as well. By the way, fun fact about that critical attack from these multi-wind enemies. Oh, elixir, how lucky. Fun fact about that critical attack from these multi-wind enemies, enemies do not have a chance to critically hit. It is literally just their specialty attack is called critical. Kind of like Carbuncle specialty attack that also stuns you. Well, there's an attack that stuns. Their specialty attack is just critical, and most criticals actually deal 1.5 times damage. Some, which is kind of funny I guess, some critical attacks from enemies, even though they're named critical, they do the exact same amount of damage as their regular attack. So yeah. Yes, we do get the full moon, which is actually going to be useful against Sandworm. Hello, and welcome to you, King Smashington. I know you've been around, but welcome. Så heja Fussel. Also, by the way, the little dragon moth thingy bunny rabbit, right? Popping up in the bottom left is called Fussel, and well, whenever you exchange 1,000 channel points, you can say hello. And it says hello. Welcome to you, Richter Shade. I hope you're doing well. So critical is just a regular attack with a crit chance. No, critical is just their specialty type attack. And their specialty type attack's name is called critical. And it just does something different than a regular strike. Which in this case, it's 1.5 times damage. It's not a critical chance, it's just a chance to use the critical attack. Or the, well, specifically, a specialty attack. So effectively, multi-wind enemies have a 1 in 3 chance to use their wind attack on the second turn, a 1 in 3 chance to attack regularly, and 1 in 3 chance to use their critical specialty attack. Yeah, it's basically just the standard. Enemies have a 1 in 3 chance to do, well, anything really. Hello. Welcome. Yeah, it's always a 1 in 3 in Final Fantasy V, so 66% chance for a regular attack or a 1 in 3 chance to do critical. Which, as mentioned, some enemies, they don't even deal any more damage with critical. We're level 13 already. Nice. Okay. By the way, we could go ahead and take out that gigantic bird thingy magic, I suppose. Hello, welcome to you, Jin Kirby. Booming is like the flail, except plus 25% more accurate, twice as strong, but no armor piercing. It's okay. It actually has only 1 less attack power than the Guardian Dagger, and you do get it before the Guardian Dagger, so I think it's pretty good actually overall. Alrighty, let's go for the first tutorial boss. I've just kind of been walking around in circles forever here. So this is the Wing Raptor. Basically it's just here to introduce you to the concept of fighting like bigger encounters with special phases. So the Wing Raptor does always the same. It uses attacks the first 2 turns, and then on the 3rd turn it will close its wings where it increases its defense by a lot. The reason why it increases its defense by a lot is because, well, it's technically a different monster. That different monster right here, well, just has a lot more physical defense, and that's it. So, I'm just waiting until he no longer hides him behind his wings. And then I attack afterwards. There we go. Breath Wing, by the way, deals 25% of our maximum health in damage. So, yeah. That's all it does. He has like 250 HP. Also gives 5 ability points, which is weird because unless you unlock your job classes early via cheat code like I did, you actually never get these 5 ability points. He always drops that Phoenix down too, so that's that. Alrighty. Yep, Guardian isn't back okay. Bum 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 bum. think we have a sufficient amount of elixirs, although I would like to have more. So in here, or on this floor, this is just the highest probability of encountering these Moldwind enemies in any of the Wind Shrine. And as such, we're just gonna stick around here until we hit level 15. Cheating! Yeah, I mean, for Mime, in order to unlock the Mime in the regular game, what you would need to do is you need to get all the way to World 3, get the submarine, which means we have to get past the Twin Tower or the 4th Tower as well, and then you go into the sunken water tower? Either by the thing on the water in World 3, then you need to get past the Mime, and then you get the final crystal, the Mime, or well, the Mimic. Depends on translation. And to rub salt in the wounds, ability points are useless for us. Mostly, yeah. It's not cheating, it's bending the rules. I mean, bending the rules can be interpreted as cheating. But yeah, in short, it would make very, very little sense to not just unlock the individual chop classes from the beginning of the game, especially if you get them later, because otherwise you would just be freelancer for most of the early boss fights, and a lot of the early boss fights are actually pretty interesting with some of the other chop classes that you would only get later. So it just makes the most sense to just use a cheat code and go, alright, we have the chop class now, let's try to get through the game. What about bending the cheats? That like water bending? Instead it's like cheat bending. Oh, by the way, one thing about the shield. We have a leather shield. The leather shield isn't particularly strong, but it can come in clutch because it does have a 10% chance to block physical attacks from enemies. That can actually block the physical attack from Carl boss that can paralyze us. So in theory, any class that has a shield has a slightly better chance to defeat Carl boss than classes that don't have a shield. And that does include the Mime here. And yes, the challenge rules are made up anyways, if you want to put it this way. I try to keep the rules as simple as possible, in order for them to be like easy to understand. But in the end, if you do a challenge, well, you make up rules for a game that has rules already. So, yep. Go Sarisa, go! Mike ABC, thank you. Thank you so much for 54 months of support. That's a crazy long time. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Four and a half years is long, it is. It's a crazy long time, honestly. Challenges are fun. Well, some of them. Well, yeah. It honestly kind of can give you different types of fun, because even the most tedious grinds, like the Solo Berserker, can give you a sense of accomplishment once you arrive at the end. Even though the path there is just an arduous one and a long one, or can be anyways. Well, arriving at the end can be quite rewarding. And, well, that's a lot of types of challenges that I tend to do. Although often, the path there is quite fun too. Have you ever streamed the PSX version, the one with Princess Salsa? Yes, I have. The first time, well, the only time I did a Quad Berserker run, I actually did that on the PlayStation version. And I think this year I also did the PlayStation version for one of the 4-job fiestas. And yes, it is comparatively slow. Once you get used to it, it's not too terrible, I dare to say. In terms of loading into combat. It is, however, significantly slower than SNES. And if you're used to the Super Nintendo, well, not that great. But at the same time, I do actually really enjoy the music on the PlayStation version. We really like doing the low-level Final Fantasy VI challenges because they expose the mechanics of the game. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It isn't nearly as bad as Chrono Trigger. Hey, but in Chrono Trigger at least you get some nice FMVs. I've never seen the PlayStation Chrono Trigger version, to be honest. But yeah, the translation is quite legendary on the PlayStation version. For anybody who may not know, if you give a translator who is proficient in translating Japanese to English a script that has, however, no idea about mythology or video games or anything like that, then that's kind of the... Also, they don't get any context, they literally just get the text excerpts and they are supposed to translate them. That is what happens when you... Well, that's what you get when you play the PlayStation version for Final Fantasy V. By the way, I don't know whether that's actually what happened or how the translation became a reality, but that's just kind of how I imagine it happening, because it kind of makes sense. Plus, on top of that, the translator did have some character limitations, so I can make it pretty difficult to make proper words work. So, a wyvern, if you don't know what a wyvern is, it turns into a Y, then burn. Because phonetically that is very close to what the Japanese word was saying, so it's actually kind of a clever solution, honestly. Except that, well, we all know what wyverns are around here, do we? You've always wondered just how different the dialogue in the Japanese version of the early Final Fantasy games are. Honestly, I don't really know. I don't know Japanese, so I couldn't really dive into that. The Riddler, thank you! Thank you so much for the Prime sub, I really appreciate that. Welcome back for 2 months. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Hey, another elixir. Nice. The Riddler gives a Prime Gaming sub and we got an elixir. How convenient. What? Hang on. Berserker challenge is a great fun. You stub your toe in the middle of the night and think, boy, that really hurt. But at least you're not dealing with the stupid Berserker right now. Maybe. Honestly, if you use a Berserker in your team, I think it's an interesting challenge to manage a Berserker. But if you only have Berserkers in your team, well, maybe that's a different kind of challenge. More of a challenge of patience. The Russian version of Final Fantasy VIII, not the official one that was going around here around 2000X, was a machine translated version of the English release. It was fun, especially when Rinoa and pretty much all the other female characters were consistently referred to with a male pronoun. Wow. But hey, if you look at it this way, some people don't know English, so that might have been their only opportunity to play the game. It's It's kind of like... I actually have very fond memories of a not so, honestly, like objectively not so great translation, or German translation of Final Fantasy VI. However, I did not know any English at the time, but I loved the game, so it was really, really nice to have an opportunity to play it that way. Wasn't great, but it also wasn't official, so... I think we just reached level 14. Yep, one more level. One more level, and then we can go and try our luck against Carboss. You guys read the dialogue? I mean, usually you need to read the dialogue in order to know where to go next. At least in the early games where they weren't convenient map markers for stuff. Berserker was actually useful when doing the 1-controller 2 Fiestas. Berserker was his labor-saving device. Oh, he did do that? Nice. I actually started the 1-controller 2 Fiestas thing myself some time ago, but I never ended up getting too far. I was a bit burned out on Final Fantasy V at the time, I think. Does Mime basically just play like a freelancer who has worse gear but can mime elixirs on herself? Pretty much, yes. There's going to be some interesting strategies that we can, well, use that are not necessarily unique to the Mime, because freelancer would be able to use those as well, but it's still actually going to be some interesting strategies compared to other job classes. With freelancers, I'm actually going to try and plan out a route where I'm going to try and use as many different like tools and weapons and equipment as possible. For the Mime, I was a bit more limited in this. But there's still actually some interesting combinations I'm going to use. One thing I'm actually going to be looking forward to is a mini-ferries for what I hope is a large portion of the game. I don't know whether that's going to actually work out the way, well, I hope it is, but it could be fun. Are you going to run Biblos out of mana just for spite? No, I'm not going to do that. That would take a bit too long. Technically we could. But I would have to level up a fair bit more in order to have enough maximum HP to guarantee surviving his attacks while being slowed. But you could use 1 elixir in order to run Biblos out of magic. That is very true. Well, and like 2 hours of time or so. Or like 3, I guess. Good afternoon, Deluxon, and welcome. I hope you're doing well. Now, we're just going to use the ability that Mime has, and that is the ability to equip rods. As I have mentioned in previous solo character challenge runs before, being able to equip a certain piece of equipment is an ability in itself. And as such, for a solo Mime challenge, there's not a whole lot else we can rely on. When I did the Time Mage run, I actually ended up... I think I only broke 1 lightning rod against Soul Cannon, but aside from that I didn't break any rods whatsoever. I think. Did I break a lightning rod against Soul Cannon? I don't remember. Either way, the short version is that I was able to squeak by most encounters with most characters that can equip rods without actually breaking the rods. Just because I wanted to have the other characters rely on their own strength and of their own abilities rather than just become a like pseudo black mage for a portion of the game, because, well, they could easily do that and it would have been the easier path, but it's just not as interesting in my opinion. However, with the Mime, well, that's literally kind of all we have. So that's what we're gonna do. Will this be Dancing Dagger / Elixir Chugging wrong? Dancing Dagger, Elixir Chugging wrong? Rackrots and Slam Potions, pretty much. Can Mime break the same rod over and over again? I don't think so. We will test it, but I don't think so. I think because it's a piece of equipment that you equip and then you break it, it doesn't work. But I don't know. I will test it. What's the Atma plane? MP, Drain Dance, and Pray, or Rotburn? I will just do the standard, well, half solo character challenge. Because, with the Mime, I will try to stay at level 40 once I hit level 40 for the rest of the game. Maybe 41 in order to circumvent like level 5 Doom and such. Yeah, actually 41 is better. Either way, I would like to try and stay relatively low level as a Mime. And that's gonna be my challenge. In this case, I'm going to just defeat Atmos by, well, only knocking out my allies one by one, kind of like you do otherwise. Aside from that, the alternative would be kind of like what I did with Time Mage, but I would need to have much higher level in order to, well, survive some comments spam. I wonder if you kind of use the Summon Lamp. I think Summon Lamp is kind of like a unique tool where even if I mimic it, it's just going to mimic the last summon using the Summon Lamp, which means it's going to go for the next summon. I think. We'll test it, but I think that's what's going to happen. Can Atmos be put to sleep with the Sleep Sword? Yes. But no swords for us. Exactly what Moonman said. What happens if you mime the Wonder Rod? The Wonder Rod... So here's the thing, breaking the Wonder Rod I doubt you can mime, because it resets the battle to the beginning of the battle state. But what you can mime is you can mime attacking with the Wonder Rod. And I would assume that attacking with the Wonder Rod is going to be just an attack. So it will just use the next charge of the Wonder Rod. You thought mimes could use swords? Unfortunately no, Blue Mage can use sword. Which is very close to mine, but not quite. But unfortunately, not quite. Also I never picked... Oh, I did pick up that sword. Yeah, I will test all of these theories, even though I think they don't work. But at the same time, might as well test, because there's been times in the past where I thought something worked some way, and I was wrong. That was a good thing I tested it. You need to beat Gogo to complete this run. You know, I think we can. Yeah, actually, let's go do that. I didn't actually plan for that, but that's a good point. We're gonna go ahead and visit Gogo in this run. It'll be for later, but I plan on getting into Fork Tower for the Wonder Rod anyways, and as such, I'm actually gonna get the Aegis Shield out of History, so I will have a Flame Shield early on instead, so I'm not gonna grind out a Flame Rod, a Flame Ring, in case you're curious about that. Oh, wait, hello, welcome to you, plushie. Clown versus clown. Yep, I'm gonna mimic his mimicking. Elixir. Very nice. We have a bunch of elixirs now, so it's gonna make it reasonably... Well, at least we're not gonna run out of elixirs, let's put it this way, against Carboss. That's the main benefit of this. Defeat Gogo or just get the crystal? I mean... You have to defeat Gogo in order to get the crystal. Well... sort of, I guess. So you can't technically straight up defeat Gogo in the battle. Or you can defeat him via mimicking his actions, which is doing nothing. Yeah, he's killable, but you don't have to kill him. In fact, if you do attack him, I think he responds with ridiculously strong attacks that we don't really have much of a chance to survive unless we level up to a ridiculous degree. Okay, I'm gonna stop waving, but thank you. Gogo's lots of fun trying to fight. I've actually never tried. I have actually never tried. Let's see, what does Gogo do? Oh, alright. If you attack Gogo, the first thing he's going to do is he is going to take 3 turn actions. The first one is going to be a meteor in your entire party. The second one is a Maelstrom, Snowstorm, or Aqua Rake. And the third one is going to be Blaze, Snowstorm, or Aqua Rake. So good luck surviving that first turn. Actually, he's gonna use meteor twice in a row. That is his phase 2, he starts out a little calmer. Yeah, I'm just trying to understand the script. Sounds about right. Yeah, I'm not going to grind that high. As I said, I think it's going to be interesting trying to keep the Mime as low a level as possible. Because here's a fun fact. If I use the equipment bug, a Mime can become entirely and completely immune to Grand Cross. Well, minus Toad. We can still get frogged, but not that big of a deal because we can still shield. Either way, none of the Grand Cross attacks will be able to kill us, so since I also will get 100% shield evasion via the Genji shield plus mini, and my damage is going to be breaking rods, the only danger is actually going to be Almagest. And I might not have enough maximum HP in order to survive Almagest at level 41. It's going to be actually pretty tight, put it that way. You like that when it comes to Gogo, if you attack with magic, he attacks with magic. If you attack with physical, so does he. Right. Oh, we are level 15. When did that happen? I do not want to be level 16. I think that actually was a while ago, wasn't it? I was just talking with chat and didn't even notice. Oops. Alrighty. Level 15 acquired. Gonna go through the cutscene. Going to go through some more cutscenes in the town. Restocking up to 99 potions, and then we are ready to tackle Carl Boss. I'm going to take a short break before encountering Carl Boss. I'm just gonna save and take a short break. So you still have some time, like I think 5-10-ish minutes. If you need to, I don't know, get a hot chocolate, do some laundry, which by the way is what I'm gonna do. And yeah. Just have some time before the fun with Carl boss begins. Coffee. Coffee works too. Yeah. I still actually fondly remember the first time I encountered Go-Go in my very first casual playthrough, which by the way was a 4-Chop Fiesta, where I had no idea what was going to happen. So I saw Go-Go, and he told me, alright, mimic everything I do in order to win. Because the timer was still ticking down, I was kind of tense in that moment, where it's like, alright, I'm gonna mimic everything you do. So the entire time I was waiting, I was just sitting there, kind of tense, ready to use an item, ready to use magic, ready to use an attack anytime he did do the same thing. And only after, like, I don't know, a minute or so, it started to occur to me that he's probably not going to do anything, and I'm mimicking doing nothing. Which I think is actually really clever, honestly. I'm actually trying to think. I'm pretty sure I don't need an ancient ring. I also don't need a flame ring, do I? But I do need an assortment of staves before going into Worlds 2, so I do need enough money. And defeating Black Flames, while I gain a little bit of money, is still going to be not a whole lot per stuff invested. Alright, this little Chocobo would like to explain us the job system, but I already know it. Thank you. Goodbye. Have a nice day. Bum, 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 bum. You might want an A ring. I think what takes out the launchers. An A ring? Oh, an angel ring. Ah, of course. Literally just talked about that. Oh, wave, red Magus Clawmas. But yeah, I think we might actually be able to deal enough damage to the launchers. Maybe. No, actually, now that I think about it, my calculation indicated that I will do about 1,600 damage-ish against an enemy with 0 magic defense. And they have 800 HP, but it's multi-target, so it's halved. Plus, I'm pretty sure they do have some magic defense, so chances are you're correct. We'll see. I will get to level 41 actually before I'm gonna try. And 41, I plan on that being my final level. It's gonna be interesting, I think. Hopefully. If a Rabite reaches level 99, do we enter no future mode? I still haven't tried that one actually. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna stop waving, but thank you. Would rather grind money or grind reach highs for misses. I mean... I was just going to grind reach rise, honestly. Because we can equip the magic evasion equipment, so it shouldn't be too bad overall. Plus, I feel like at level 41 we can actually one-shot the launchers, probably. At least there's a chance. I actually don't need. Let me actually just see. I have time right now. Let's see. Calculator. And what's the launcher difference? Launcher has 10 magic defense, yeah. Okay, 10 magic defense, so that means in my calculator I need to put in 10 defense. Because even though I have M defense in there, I actually never use it. Then my magic power. 185 attack. Spell power is actually going to be 27 with Elf Cape. Yeah, 27 is the maximum I can have. Is that it? Yeah, none of the early mage equipment gives magic power, does it? Aside from weapons, but we can't really use those. So at level 41. Yeah, no, actually you're correct. I will not take out a launcher with one. But honestly, grinding for money would take a long time. So I'm just gonna go for... going for the lucky thing, where the launcher should miss. Which means I need a plumed hat, I need a... I think Bard's Clothes are the best ones for magic evasion. And Elf Cape, which should give me like a 28% chance to dodge. I think Bard's Clothes are like 18%. Bard's Clothes have, nope, 17 magic evasion. Elf Cape has 5, Plumed Hat has 5, so it's 27% magic evasion, which means 27% to the power of 2. Because I need to dodge 2 of these attacks, is slightly better than a 1 in 16 chance. So yeah, that should be reasonable. To rub salt, I think Angel Ring has been better magic evade. Yes, that's the irony of the thing. It has 10. I happen to know that just kind of because that's one of the things I always thought was kind of funny. Because if you don't want to buy an Angel Ring against Soul Cannon, you need to get lucky, probably, in order to, well, evade the attacks. But the best magic evasion happens to be from an Angel Ring. All Rabbites will turn black at level 99. I think it's just regular Rabbites at level 99. Because I think we need to feed them blackberries in order for them to become black fromps. I think Bard's Clothes are as good as it gets for magic evasion from Crescent Island. I'm pretty sure Silk Rope has one less magic evasion. Alrighty, either way, I'm going to be taking a short break here. So, should I stop the timer when I take breaks? I don't know. Oh, let me knock out my allies real quick before I save. Just so we have a clean slate. Angel Ring has shockingly good magic evasion. Yep. Most medium and heavy equipment has 0 magic evasion. Oh, this is so awkward. I think the fight command on the left side is so weird. Ow. Alright, thank you. Goodbye. If you don't remember to start it again, don't stop. You know, that's a very fair point. Either way, everybody, I'm going to briefly take a break. I'll need to put up the laundry, I'm gonna get some more coffee, and then we're gonna return afterwards. So I'm gonna be returning hopefully around when the timer on the timer hits 2 hours and 5-ish minutes. So, be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. A little bit later. So, turns out my washing machine was wrong. It told me at the beginning it's gonna take 2 hours. It is 2 hours and like 30 minutes apparently, or something like that, because it still said when I checked earlier 15 minutes. So instead I went to get some food, so, well, I'm back. Let's see how this is going to go. By the way, a little random fun fact. These enemies in the trench in the canal here, they only ever attack Ferris and Lena. Make of that what you will. But even if there's no other character, well, if Lena and Ferris are both knocked out, they will just not attack Gallifant, but it's a thing. Alrighty, welcome to Carboss. So, Carboss, as I've mentioned before, has 650 HP. We need, on average, I think 7 attacks in order to defeat him, if I'm not mistaken. I actually don't really remember. Level 15, an enemy with 650 HP, 0 defense. I would need to check. Either way, Tentacle he uses 2 and 3 times in the first turn, which is paralyzing attack, and well, we are going to get hit. Second turn he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Tail Screw, 1 in 3 chance to use a regular attack, and a 1 in 3 chance to do a regular attack with stunning. So basically, he has at least a 1 in 3 chance to stun us every single turn, but if we're already stunned and he uses the stunning attack again, the stun duration does not get refreshed, thankfully. So, what this means is we need to get lucky in order to be able to do anything at all. So let's see what's going to be working, because we actually got our first attack in here. 102 damage, so that is 7 attacks in order to defeat him. Tentacle, by the way, he only has 3 turns of AI, so this was the first turn again. This is turn number 2, turn number 3. By the way, we do have a shield, a 10% chance to block physical attacks. I can attack here or I could heal. Let's just attack. I need to be a bit greedy here in order to try and get in the damage that we need. Alright, another physical attack. I'm gonna attack you back. That is my 3rd attack already. Tentacle is a stun. Alright, so next attack is gonna be guaranteed a physical attack, it's fine. However, here he could use a tail screw or physical. Okay, so here's the thing. If he stuns me now and I don't heal, I'm gonna be dead. But he only has a 1 in 3 chance to use a stun on his next turn. He has a 1 in 3 chance to do a regular physical attack or a tail screw attack, both bring me to low enough HP that I really need to heal. So I'm gonna take the 2 in 3 chance that he does not stun me next turn. Hopefully. Okay, tail screw puts us to critical HP, which is 9 HP or less remaining, and we need to heal anyways now. Okay. We got our 5th attack in right here. Tentacle is a stun. 1 in 3 chance to die right here. Okay, we don't die. This is the first turn again, 2 in 3 chance to stun me in this turn. He did not. Wow, alright. Okay. Right, we're not dead yet. Next is guaranteed a physical attack. Oh, it's not. Wait. Okay. 84, it still kill him. What? Are you serious? We got it first try. Let me tell you, that's not terribly likely getting this first try. Wow. Did anybody expect anything else? Yes? Well, I mean... Wow. Which, by the way, 84 would not have been enough damage, so there was actually a 1 in 4 chance that my attack would not deal enough damage to knock him out right here. Because that would have been exactly 648 damage. Well, what's up with that? I have used only 1 elixir. Let me tell you, that is incredibly unlikely to get this first try. I expected like 15 to 20 attempts before I got anywhere close to defeating him. Alright, sure, why not? We get to the ship graveyard first try, what's up with that? Hello. That's very unexpected. Actually, looking at the damage numbers, there was a decent chance I wouldn't defeat him in 7 attacks if I rolled lower on like some of the previous turns. Gotta run Biblos out of mana now to make the run valid. I mean, I would need to level up really high in order to survive his attacks though. When was the last time you got the first try Carl boss? Last time? I think Ninja probably. Let's see. We had Thief, Black Mage, Beastmaster. Yeah, Beastmaster, certainly. Because you just... Well, I don't think Beastmaster was first try, actually. Like, sure, we one-shot him, but I think we actually got stunned and killed first time we tried. No, actually, I was wrong. I did not get killed as a Beastmaster. Fascinating. Either way, welcome to the ship graveyard. We still haven't saved yet. Because there's no save point around here. Well, this is mildly awkward. Alright, good night, Lena. Actually, I just realized I don't even need to knock them all out here, because I don't plan on fighting much along the way here. Oh well. I guess force of habit. Stupid snowstorm. Oh no. Welcome to you, detested hunter. I hope the snowstorm was not too bad. Alrighty, the encounters in here in the ship graveyard aren't too terribly interesting for the most part. So I'm just going to skip past most of them probably. Plus we don't really have good tools to deal with them for the most part either. So yeah. Also, by the way, worth mentioning, the weapon I just acquired is a flail. The flail is actually considered a staff type weapon, and as such, a white mage type class, as well as a mime in this case, because we can equip both rods and staves, can equip the flail. The flail is a interesting weapon. It has slightly more attack power than the dagger. However, it comes with a huge drawback. It has a 30% chance to miss, which is a lot. And it has a damage variance of 50%, as in, if my average damage or attack power is 16, it can deal damage equivalent to 8 up to 24. So it's anything but reliable. On top of that, the reason why I'm still going to use the flail is because it does give me the ability to attack from the back row for full damage. which is quite nice to say the least against enemies that deal heavy physical damage. So it's not all bad. Plus, it does actually ignore 75% of the enemy's physical defense. That can be quite helpful. Oh, wave. I just saw that. Actually, this is an encounter I wanna fight. Undead Rusks have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us an elixir. I figure, might as well try. I'm gonna stop waving and drink some coffee. Alright, I'm gonna resume waving now. So, all the enemies in here are undead. As such, if I have any weapon that heals, or well, any attack that heals, like throwing a potion, it will deal damage to these enemies. You definitely spent time grinding elixirs here. Yeah, it's actually a pretty decent place overall. If you go into the correct places, there's guaranteed at least one enemy that has a 1 in 16 drop rate for elixirs. Sometimes even 2, like in this one here. What is 1 in 16 percentage? That is 6.25. You can look at it this way. A 1 in 2 is a 50-50. A 1 in 4 is half of that, 25%. A 1 in 8 is again half of that, it's 12.5%, and half of that, the 1 in 16, that is 6.25%. You can't move, that's okay. I happen to actually really enjoy doing these kind of simple-ish math thingies. It's simple for me because I seem to just have a little bit of a natural affinity for them, but I have plenty of friends who are just like, I have no idea what you're doing with these numbers, but that's okay. That's quite alright. And hey Dryzalaser, welcome. How was the car boss fight? Well, the number at the bottom left indicates 0 deaths, and I actually did not forget to update it for once. It's actually pretty accurate. Wait, hang on. What? Did Ferris just mimic the thing that came afterwards? Is that how Mimic works in this game? I thought you would mimic the last action you took. Because I chose Mimic on Ferris, and then I attacked Butts with, well, Butts himself. And Ferris mimicked Butts' attack afterwards. That's weird. I get the map because I frequently get lost on the overworld, so a map is quite handy. You would think after having played this game for this long I would be better at it, but nope, I'm not. I'll get some antidotes because we will want to have them during or after the next boss fight, most likely. You make the last action made by the party, right? But nobody has taken an action before I chose Mimic just now because it was the very first action I took in the party. So I guess she just mimicked the next best thing. I didn't know that was an interaction that could happen. Either way. Next boss here is going to be a bit of a lengthy one, hopefully not too terribly bad, but well, it could be. I'm considering starting in the front row with a dagger instead. No, it's gonna be fine, because otherwise I will spend the turn going to the back row. So this is going to be Siren. Siren has 900 HP total, and she basically takes 3 actions in her humanoid form, then switches over to her undead form, takes 3 actions, and then vice versa. The humanoid form has a lot of magic defense, but 0 physical defense. The undead form has a lot of physical defense, but 0 magic defense. Thanks to the flail, we will actually still be able to deal decent damage against her undead form, even though she does have pretty high defense, but the flail, well, just pierces defense, if we hit, that is. Then next up, in her humanoid form, she casts 3 spells. Those spells range from a bit of damage to you to slow, which would be the worst thing that can happen, since slow is a pretty ridiculously powerful status effect in Final Fantasy V. Or she could haste herself, which haste would also be equally bad, except that when she switches into her undead form, she no longer will have haste afterwards. So it's not as bad as it could be. She can also heal herself a little bit and put me to sleep. So a bunch of things the Siren can do, which are rather unpleasant overall. You thought if you mimic with no action to mimic, it defaults to fight. That's what I thought initially too, but it just does nothing. Alrighty. So she immediately uses haste, that's quite alright. And I guess I'm just gonna attack. 45. She heals herself and immediately back to 0 damage. Armor means she, well, all the damage is gonna get reduced by 50%, the physical damage. So I'm actually gonna wait until she gets her next turn. And I'm going to throw a potion at her. The potion is going to deal just about 50 damage exactly every time. Which is not that great, but it is going to be more reliable than me trying to hit with the flail, which has a 30% chance to miss. Her bear heart deals pretty substantial physical damage, which is why I'm sitting in the back row here. But also, it poisons me. Poison will gradually deal 1/16 of my maximum health in damage. So it is, well, it's not that much damage overall, but it can add up over time. Ooh, 100 damage, that's nice. Haste is fine. Ice is fine. And sleep. Ha! Sleep missed. So sleep is a spell that has a chance to hit. And if we are lucky, like we just were, we can resist it. The chance of resisting sleep isn't particularly great, as in the odds are against our favor. Or well, not in our favor, let's put it this way. Let's actually see, how much damage do we deal? 40. Yeah, the potion would have been better. But to be fair, that is largely probably due to the high variance. In her undead form, it's very predictable what she's going to do, so I'm not gonna worry about healing just yet. I'm gonna heal right around now, actually. Use an elixir. $95, alright. But that flail attack was kind of worth it. Although maybe I probably should have waited until she turned into her humanoid form. Even though we pierce her armor, it's still getting my damage reduced. Did we just resist slow? We're getting really lucky here, holy cow. She has 205 HP remaining. Scan literally doesn't do anything, so that's quite nice. And our first miss with the flail. Bolt is fine. $80 more damage, pretty good. $55. And the bear hug. Alright. 60. Alright, she has 10 more HP. Another bear hug. Would be kinda scary if we didn't defeat you right here. Okay, first try. Very nice. And we even get a bronze shield, which... the leather shield gives us a 10% chance to block physical attacks. The bronze shield gives us a 15% chance to block physical attacks. Not much better, but it is better. Did anybody expect anything else? Maybe. Hello, and welcome. Using the antidote. And moving on. Yeah. Her not using slow or, well, us resisting slow, which is a lot less likely, is kind of the best case scenario overall. We can still beat her with being slowed, but that would probably cost me a lot more elixirs since I would get a lot less turns overall. I mean, you also could look at it this way. I'm just mimicking the good luck I had in the previous fight. Haha. Don't think that's how it works. Okay. Next up. Can I buy sleep here? You've never seen this game before. I think this is not quite accurate. For reference, Magus is better at this game than me. Like, straight up. No contest. I'm just a fool who does the solo challenges. Monies! Trying to grind out money with the Mimic is going to be awful. Well... maybe. We'll see where I stand with money once we reach level 40. I might just go to the wolves and clobber a bunch of wolves. The only reason why I will need money is because I want to buy enough ice rod, lightning rods and fire rods in order to get through World 2, since you can't buy any there. And I did already mostly figure out how many rods I need for which encounter at level 40. So, we'll see. Also, we just got our first rod weapon. It's an ice rod. It's a nice rod. It's a good rod. Powerful rod, and let me put it this way. It will help us very, 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 very easily get past the next boss. Amela-san, thank you! Thank you so much for 21 ROMs of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Did I restock potions? No, not yet. I won't need them for a while anyways. Actually, I will want to restock potion before Galdura. Our best way to kill quickly is going to be spending rods. Yep, and that's gonna be my plan, with some exceptions. Because where I can get creative, even if it's not a better strategy, I want to get creative, honestly. What is the best gold grind in Final Fantasy V? It kind of depends on what stage of the game you're in. If you're in... Also, it kind of depends on how much you want to invest in order to get the gold out of it. Like, let's say you have a character who can just naturally take out the black flames on the island. That's a very, very efficient gold grind. You get over 1,000 per encounter, and it's a guaranteed encounter, plus you defeat them in one shot. Aside from that, if you don't have that luxury, the Karnak wolves outside Karnak's town give 625 gold each encounter and are pretty easy to defeat. We will most likely resort to defeating a bunch of those in order to get the required rods before moving into World 2. But I will be spending a lot of rods to level up on Black Flames first. In World 3, I'm actually not entirely sure what the best way to gain money is. Aside from using glitches with steal and throw stuff, I think just stealing in the Phoenix Tower might be one of the best places. Alrighty, welcome to Magiza. Wait, yeah, Magiza. She has 650 HP, and once she drops below 300 HP remaining, she would call her husband Forza, which has a total of 800 HP and a lot of physical damage and attack. However, I don't plan on letting her do this, and welcome to the world of the Mime, where we use an Ice Rod in order to deal a ridiculous amount of damage. So let me really briefly explain what just happened there. So I just broke an Ice Rod, meaning the Ice Rod is gone. It's a one-use item if I break it in combat. I dealt 1040 damage. And that 1040 damage is because the spell it unleashes when you break an elemental rod is the level 3 version of the spell. To give you a frame of reference, soon I will be able to get the level 2 version of the elemental spells. Level 1 elemental spells have a 15 base attack power. Level 2 have 55, I think? And level 3 has 185 base attack power. And yes, that is basically comparable to my 14 damage attack power with the dagger. It is insanely much more. It of course scales off of magic power, which, well, as a mime we don't have the best. But because of its base attack power being so ridiculously high, you just deal a crazy amount of damage regardless. And that is of course quite helpful. So with pretty much every other solo character challenge run, I have tried relying on not breaking rods. In at least one of them I did against Soul Cannon, I remember. But in most other cases I tried to have their own classes use their own strength for, well, the elemental rods being just kind of more of a backup, or if there's just not another reasonable way of getting past certain enemies. I think Time Mage actually broke an elemental rod against Soul Cannon, if I'm not mistaken. Either way, as a mime, this is kind of our only real way of fighting enemies. As such, being able to equip rods is in itself an ability, and I fully intend to use that to its fullest extent in this run. It's going to be pretty easy for the first few bosses here in the early stages of the game, because compared to the ridiculous power of a rod that you break, they don't have enough HP or defenses to properly survive it. Once we get into, let's say, World 2, it's not going to be as easy anymore. And even in World 1 there's going to be at least one boss that might kind of create some headaches for us beforehand. So yeah. Rod breaking is insanely powerful, and as a mime, that's kind of one of my few tools to defeat bosses efficiently. Hello, welcome to your Ruin Seeker. I hope you're doing well. Mime will really benefit from not being the only class, I guess. Yes. I mean, that's kind of the entire point of Mime, honestly. The Mime is like the freelancer who benefits from gaining the stats of any other job class you have mastered, as well as gaining their passive abilities, etc., with being just a bit more restricted in which type of equipment you can equip as a Mime. However, also the benefit is that you can equip 3 abilities rather than just the usual 2 with the Freelancer. So Mime can be ridiculously insanely powerful with the correct job classes mastered, as well as, well, equipping a triple threat of powerful and strong abilities. But as a solo class, well, we have to rely on what we can. And we can equip rods, staves, daggers, boomerangs for some reason, as well as all armor minus dancer equipment. And that's a bit unfortunate because the ribbon of a dancer is insanely good. It has stupidly high physical defense, plus 5 to all stats, as well as immunities against the various status effects. So it's a bit unfortunate we can't equip a ribbon, but the Freelancer will be able to do that, no problem. So in here, the reason why I went over to Tycoon Castle is because I would like to have a way to heal myself without using potions all the time. And that way to heal myself without using potions all the time is, of course, using the healing rod. Or the healing staff, I guess. Plus, there's a few elixirs along the way that we can grab. I say a few, but I only remember one. Yes, Mime is basically a freelancer, but not with as many options for equipment. Which is why I wanted to do the Mime before I played the Freelancer. So until now, the straw poll did not actually include the Freelancer job class until, well, I played through the Mime. Now you can actually vote for the next job class to be the Freelancer if you'd like to. Although, I do recommend to make a bit of a space in between the two classes because... Actually, not necessarily. I might try to not break rods as a freelancer as well, just because you do have so many more options with various other types of weapons. I'll see. Freelancer is actually one of the, ironically, more complicated classes for me to map out and plan, I feel. Do I ever loot the right treasure tower here? Well, I'll sometimes show it off, that there's 2 cabins over there, but usually I don't really need them, especially not with a class that doesn't use magic. Bear only needs rods for Atmo. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right, actually. You don't really... yeah, that's true. Katana, Shuriken, he gives me a healing staff, which is why I'm here in the first place. So the healing staff is an equipment piece that I, well, can equip, that casts a level 2 cure ability on me. Level 2 cure is not that insane to have as level 3 elemental spells. It's just kind of a nice big heal, especially before you can buy high potions. So it's going to heal, I don't know, like 200, 300-ish HP. It's way better than regular potions. Not as good as an elixir, but, well, it's infinite use, so it is quite handy. Alrighty, so, worth noting, as a Mime, we can equip heavy equipment, heavy armor, and here we can buy a bronze armor if I'm not mistaken. Oh, an iron armor is that even. Iron armor is better than what we have until now, except actually I did not need to buy the helmet, I just realized. The training suit gives me +1 strength, I don't know whether I need it, but I can equip it. So, here, we have a mithril helmet. Where did we get that from? Because I never picked it up in a chest. Well, basically when we were on North Mountain, where just before we fought Magiza, we found a helmet. This is Lena's father's helmet. Also, Fairy's father's helmet. So we actually do have a mithril helmet, which is a piece of equipment from the next town over. So we have a nice boost in defense. We get an iron armor, we get an iron shield, and, well, nothing else here, basically. Unfortunately, we can't really equip to other things. Alright, and that's gonna be my set of equipment for Galura. Because here's an interesting thing. The next boss is kind of known for dealing a lot of physical damage early on. However, there is actually a weird caveat to that you may not be aware of. So, Galura coming up deals a lot of physical damage, that is very true. However, the way Galura deals a lot of physical damage is by having relatively low base attack power and a high attack multiplier. Its base attack power is 15, and its attack multiplier is 9. So, since I have 15 defense, 15 minus 15 is 0. Well, there is a little bit of variance to enemy attacks, so it can deal, well, 9, 18 and 27 damage per attack, I think, in this case. So it is entirely possible to actually take some damage against the upcoming boss, but for the most part, my physical defense is going to be easily protecting me against his attacks. Also, I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna briefly try to get into an encounter. Can you get into encounters around here? I don't even know. Oh, you can. Alrighty, that's that. So, a fun little part here. You saw that Butts just went before Ferris. Ferris right now has an equipment weight of 18. Every 8 equipment weight you actually lose 1 speed. So right now we effectively have only 25 agility because our equipment weight is 18. So we're actually slightly slower than we usually would be. Okay, before I actually get to the cutscene here... Do I get to avoid that cutscene? I do. I'm actually going to go into the basement. Because what I want to do is I want to get the item from down here early on. That way I don't have to get it later. So, in this basement here, there's only one enemy encounter. The Garkumazra. Garkumazra always back attacks you, unless you very specifically have a thief in your party. I have a healing rod equipped, so I'm going to continuously just heal myself back to full every time I take an attack. And it is really difficult to run away from the Garkumazra encounters, and it's actually kind of ridiculous that I managed to run away first try just now, I dare to say. Either way, 2 attacks will kill me with the Garkumazra here, but because I'm just gonna heal myself up to full with the healing rod every time, I should be mostly safe. There's even an elf cape right here. Also, that runaway luck is crazy right now. Iron Shield, by the way, has I think a 20% chance to block physical attacks. So what I could do here now is I could just mimic me attacking myself in order to heal myself with the healing rod again. But yeah, there's not a whole lot of classes that can just come here and grab the elf cape out of the basement, but anything that has high enough HP and is not slower than a Garkumazra can just do this with infinite healing, being able to equip a healing staff. And that is actually pretty incredibly handy. So the elf cape does not give me that 1 defense, but it gives me 1 in 3 chance to block physical attacks. It is stacking multiplicatively with a shield, in case you're curious about that. So that means I have a 20% chance to block and then subsequently have a 1 in 3 chance to block attacks. Which, if you want to calculate that, that's like a 4 in 5 times 1 in 3. Well, no, actually, the other way around. 4 in 5 times 2 in 3, which is 8 in 15. So we actually have a slightly better than a 50% chance to block physical attacks. Hello. That could have helped you avoid Karnak attacks. Right, I just wasn't sure whether that one physical defense was relevant in order to survive a second attack. Turns out it wasn't. I actually expected to be slower than the Garkimajas with 25 agility, so I figured I would have to have enough HP to survive 2 attacks. Turns out they are actually surprisingly slow aside from the back attack. Huh. Hello, welcome to you, Jeff. I hope you have a nice time so far. Before I go here... Wait, there's only an ether up here, isn't there? I was just trying to think. There's some useful items up here, but... no high potions, no elixirs. Unless I'm mistaken. Tent. Some money. And a phoenix down. Yeah, it's not that great. It's a bit of money. Thief, Bard, Ninja, White Mage, Red Mage, Time Mage. I don't know whether I had the smoke ability with Ninja yet. Mime, Knight. Did you miss any? I mean, Knight would be a bit more difficult because you would need to potentially heal with elixirs. But I think you got all of them, that is, for the Super Nintendo version anyways. Oh yeah, cover! I forgot about that, that's good. That's clever. Did I use that? I'm not sure whether I was that smart. Yeah, I know what you mean. The thing that reduces physical damage taken to 0. I don't know whether I was that smart. So these Ricard mages have 1 in 16 chance to drop us a Fire Rod. We could use the Fire Rod to effectively eliminate Galura in 1 hit. But... I mean, I guess I could try and fight them. This might be real sketchy though if I do that. Also my best weapon is still the dagger, really. Yeah, that's why it's sketchy. Sleep and stop. No, I can't do anything. Cure itself. I mean, they can run out of magic eventually. What happened to the flail? I can still use the flail, but it's not as reliable. And I almost certainly need 2 attacks anyways. Hey, there's a physical attack. I thought I could use spells, but maybe not. Do they ever run out of magic? Oh, slow on top of it, holy cow. These status effects. Slow is the worst status effects to be affected by in the entire game of Final Fantasy V. Because you literally go twice as slow. Vice versa, if you have haste, you go twice as fast. Do these things ever run out of magic? Let's see... Oh, that's not good. They do have offensive spells. We run away as soon as we get another terrain here. Also, by the way, while we are stopped paralyzed, we do not actually get woken up out of sleep or confusion. So that's kind of mean. Ho ho! He does not have enough MP for the rain. Nice. So they do have 70 MP. Drain does cost a lot of MP, to be fair. And the other, we just resisted this other drain here, so this guy is probably out of MP as well. Well, soon anyways. Now they just need to physically attack us so I can do something. They really don't want to fight me. I mean, I just knocked out one of their friends before they could do anything. I don't blame them. Let's see, what's their AI routine? In their first turn, they either use sleep, slow, or stop. In their second turn, they use cure, drain, or attack. So basically, there we go, I need them to attack me once. Now we eventually get our attacks again here. Good morning, Ferris. Let's finish this. So yeah, by the way, the reason why the Drain deals so much damage is because it has a really high base attack power. So even if the enemies are not inherently that strong, Drain will still deal a load of damage, especially... So we have a single character. That single character is decently high level compared to what a party of characters would normally be in a casual play. So we actually have more HP than most other characters. So if you play normally, there's a good chance you actually do not survive a Drain attack. Alright, we did not get the Fire Rod from them. Each one of them had a 1 in 16 drop rate, so that means there's slightly over a 20% chance in this specific encounter to get one Fire Rod. Oh yeah, Chemist was one too. Drain is pretty odd in this game. By the time you get it, if you get it, you aren't able to do much with it, but some of these early enemies are quite scared of it, yeah. The only real use Drain has for a player character, in my opinion, is using it with a Mystic Knight, with a Drain Blade. Why burn? Why not burn? We get a silver ring. So the silver ring actually gives us 2 defense. So we now have 16 physical defense, which I think means that we have a 50-50 chance of entirely nullifying Galura's damage in its entirety. Well, the physical damage portion anyways. He can still use... Put it back row. He can still use... Rush, which will deal pretty substantial damage, but we have a healing rod, so it will be fine. Alrighty, next boss. Welcome to Galura. Galura has 1200 HP, and... low base attack power, but a high base attack multiplier. So after we deal 400 damage to Galura here, it will start counterattacking twice per turn, which means there's a chance that Galura will attack us up to 4 times between one of my attacks and its attacks, depending on how well the attacks can line up. So I kind of need to be careful about a certain specific counterattack. In the 2 counterattacks that Galura does, once it drops below 800 HP remaining, it will use an attack called Rush. Rush is the same base attack power, so it will probably deal inherently 0 damage. Most likely anyways. However, it does have... the property to inflict the HP leak status. HP leak status means it is continuously going to drain my HP. It is a little bit like poison, but it's much more quick and like poison. Also, unlike poison, it does actually eventually stop draining your HP. So effectively, Galura can counterattack twice. Its first counterattack I think is always going to be a physical attack, but the second counterattack is either going to be nothing, right here, a rush attack, or a regular physical attack. So we hope for either nothing or a regular physical attack because, well, we take 0 damage from regular counters. The rush would deal substantial damage, especially with relatively low HP. HP leak is in fact quite the risk, to say the least. But because of our high armor, we seem to take basically no damage. I thought that I would actually be taking a bit of damage here once in a while. But either I'm getting really lucky, or I don't understand how or what the variance is for enemy attacks. Just for fun, if you scan Garkimazer, it tells you it is weak to all 8 elements. Oh, really? I had no idea. Also, there's the rush that hit us. The more time you spend deciding what to do in your menu, by the way, the more you are going to take damage from HP leak until a certain point. It's actually kind of mean. Unless you're going to do your item menu, then it mostly stops. Oh, he's weak to all of them, technically. He also absorbs them all. I see. So... oh, that's how it works. So, there's actually been a bunch of enemies that I've seen that are weak to a certain element, but simultaneously they also absorb that element as healing. So I guess the absorber does override the weakness. Quite a troll enemy. That sounds about right. 65 more damage, I think. I might have missed one of the numbers and just typed in 40. Does the weakness make him absorb more then? I don't think it does. Because if you have the bone mail equipped, you don't actually double absorb the fire. On the bright side, he won't moonflute you for healing him by fire. That's something, I suppose. So yeah, Galura with heavy enough armor is effectively absolutely no problem. So that was easy. Alright, so here we get the water-based crystals. And the thing is, the water-based crystal up north, on this little ledge, this is what Mime is supposed to be. But you can never reach it here. In fact, you have to play through the majority of the game until you finally can get back here in order to grab the Mime crystal. But well, we already have it, it's fine. You cannot equip the whip on a Mime, TC Matthews. Would be nice, whips are pretty good weapons. But it's not a freelancer, it's a Mime. We can only equip daggers, rod staves, and boomerangs. Otherwise I would have used a whip. A good weapon. Bum, You have not used much Mime. I have to admit I've never used Mime either. Like, I've literally never used Mime myself. Because I always felt like using more simple combinations. I don't need to be prepared for anything with one chop class. And Freelancer is plenty powerful. So I never felt I used to ridiculously optimize via the use of a Mime. I wonder if you hacked the game where you could get the crystal, would you actually get Mime? You know, I actually wonder about the same thing just now, the grotto. If you could walk through the wall and pick up the crystal or interact with it, what do you get? Do you actually get the Mime if you were to be able to pick it up? And if so, would you miss out on another crystal because you have reached the maximum capacity? I don't know. An interesting question. Mime can be a very powerful endgame mage if you learn lots of magic. Yeah, this is very true. It's just like, I've never had the need to equip more than 2 sets of magic on my characters. Are you going to buy extra rods to exchange for elixirs in Karnak? I'm not sure. Probably, yes. But it's like only 2. There's only no 2 chests that are guaranteed. Well, no, actually I can open 4 and it's gonna be fine. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for 4 extra rods. Then again, I'm actually just buying tons of rods either way, regardless of anything else. So we have 360 HP. I do survive a counterattack fire too. But I will want to have more HP anyways in order to deal with Ifrit. Trying to think right now. Dealing with Ifrit and Biblos is gonna be relatively easy, but they are both going to be faster. And if I don't survive a fire 2 plus 25% attack, I might be in big trouble. So how much HP is this? Like 300 HP damage with fire 2. Also, let's just get the cutscene going while I'm thinking about that. Plus 25%. Let's say 600 HP, 25% is 150. 600 HP is my goal. So here we can buy new things. I'm gonna buy a Mithril Sword for cheap. That way Butts can finally knock himself out in one attack. Full Moon for dog farming. I don't need to use the Full Moon for dog farming. A Mithril Dagger is gonna do the trick, because with heavy armor I take 0 damage anyways. But yeah, I think going for dog farming is going to be my best option. Because I will want to have the money later on anyways, and that might just be my best option regardless of anything else. What I might do is dip into the ship for a mithril gauntlet. I'm not sure whether getting that extra defense is worthwhile, but it's a thing I could do. I would get the full moon if I wanted to grind in the plains instead though. Because plains do give me better experience. It's just I do want to have the money for later anyway, so might as well go and start doing that now, while I also want to get some levels. Let's see, according to my calculator with 26 base vitality, I need level 22 in order to have 616 HP. Can Mithril Dagger kill the dogs in one go? Yes, they only have like 95 HP. So even a regular dagger would soon be able to one-shot them. Mithril Dagger guaranteed one-shots them. I could also invest into money in order to break rods on the doggies. But the problem is that it's going to be a net loss of 170, wait, no, 50 plus 75, 125 gold per encounter, but at least it would be way faster. But since I will need that gold eventually, not that great of an idea. So here's the thing, we could defeat Liquid Flame at the level we are at right now. I need 2 ice rods for that. We could also then complete the Karnak escape without too much trouble afterwards too. But then I would have to start grinding in order to have a reasonable shot at defeating Biblos. And making it a bit safer to take out Liquid Flame is probably a fine idea. Well, let's go for level 21 actually, because I will get some experience on the escape anyways. I mean, we could technically take Ifrit out right now, if we just rely on him not using Blaze in his second turn. So we could just go for luck instead. Let me actually see, how much money do I have for things? Maybe this is gonna be sufficient already. Maybe I just go for it, just for fun. Stay at low level, which is gonna be the theme anyways. Sell the whip because I can't use it. Sell 7 leather shoes, wow. Leather armor. Don't need the rods. Let's sell the phoenix dance for now. Leather shield, bronze shield, ethers we don't need, for now anyways. Can't really use these, don't use the katana, iron helmet we have better equipment soon. Daggers we don't need anymore, training suit, you know, I'm never going to use it. Just sell it. Silk armor, I can buy more if I want to. Alright, now. I need 2 ice rods for Ifrit. I need 2 ice rods for Liquid Flame. I need 2 fire rods for Biblos. Then I want to have 4 more rods to exchange for elixirs. 2 more rods in order to get the Guardian Dagger. That's actually largely it. Let's get some basic equipment. I'm gonna buy 3 mithril daggers, 1 for Ferris and the other 2 are for the other characters so they can one-shot themselves. then I want to have better equipment here. Get a mithril shield, most importantly, has a 25% chance to block physical attacks, so strictly better than the previous one. We already have a mithril helmet. I do need a plumed hat for later. I should not have sold the silk robe. Yeah, I should not have sold it. And I could get a mithril armor. I think the physical defense might be worthwhile against liquid flame potentially. And that's actually largely it. Okay. I'm just going to buy some extra rods here. Just in case. Alright, I do have enough money for things. And we have full set of mithril equipment. Which is quite nice. I can sell the flail. I don't plan on using it anymore. And sell the iron shield. Alrighty, you know what? Instead of just grinding again, which I'll have to do later, which technically speaking would be more efficient to do right now, let's just see how low level we can get through this. Just for fun. Has anybody seen, completely random question by the way, has anybody seen Okunoka Madness on Steam? Because it does look pretty interesting. And there is going to be a, well, speed gaming challenge thingy going on. I'm contemplating participating. Maybe. Either way, welcome to the steamship. The encounters in here are not really worth fighting for the most part in terms of efficiency / experience. They're not terrible. But if you compare them to the encounters outside the steamship, they're just not as good, really. And the main problem with this is actually that if you are a physical attacker, the crew dust, if they are the last enemy remaining, they will like to cast flash on your character. Which means you're getting blinded, which means 75% of your physical attacks are going to miss unless you remove the flash. You could equip the glasses that you can find in an earlier town in order to be immune to that, so that's at least something. But then you also don't have the LK to dodge the physical attacks, which you may not need, I guess. That reminds me. Mithril armor is actually pretty decent overall for higher physical defense. So aside from that, the other problem are these defeater enemies, the red snakes. If you defeat a red snake as the last enemy, it will call in mortar trap enemies. Those mortar trap enemies are always 2, they are weak to lightning, and they just add additional HP to the entire encounter, which means you need additional attacks. Even if you one-shot everything, it's just 2 more attacks on top of it, and again, for money or experience, it's just not quite as useful. You never even heard of that game? Yeah, I hadn't heard of it before the speed gaming thing either. It looks kind of neat. Could be fun. I'm getting actually some Super Meat Boy vibes from that. Which reminds me, I still haven't played Super Meat Boy forever either. Or the Yaga game that was recently released. So many things to do, but I kind of wanna also play the solo challenges, because we are surprisingly close to the end here. So, we're actually going to go out of our way to pick up the green beret over here. The green beret gives us +1 agility, +1 strength, And the 1 agility could make a difference, potentially. Either way, it is also a pretty solid physical defense, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's slightly worse than a mithril helmet, but the 1 agility could make a difference, potentially. But yeah, I'm contemplating participating in that speed gaming event. I might just do it, because I'm not in a Zelda Link to the Past randomizer tournament right now, so I do have more time than I would otherwise have. Also over here, we get the rather unique opportunity to get a boomerang weapon. So boomerang weapons are kind of unique items. This one here, the Full Moon, has really good attack power compared to even the Mithril Dagger. It does have a 5% chance to miss. It's not bad or terrible really, it's pretty good chance to it. Plus, you deal full damage from the back row. So overall, it's actually a pretty good weapon. Normally only thieves and ninjas can equip it at this point. Actually, just thieves, because you don't have a ninja yet. So it's actually pretty competent piece of equipment at this point in the game. It cannot exactly compare to rod breaking for the most part, but it's not bad at all. Alrighty. Anything else I need to do? By the way, these doors look like penguins. I just want to point it out again. Alright, penguin doors. Where was I? I think... well, it feels... no, it's fine. I take 0 physical damage anyways. Alrighty, upcoming is a boss that is weak to ice, so you know what that means. Breaking an ice rod. This is gonna be Liquid Flame. Liquid Flame has 3 different forms. One is actually immune to ice element. So we hope that we don't get the hand form second. Either way, whenever Liquid Flame takes damage, it will counterattack once with its standard ability. In this case, for this one, it is going to be Flame that it will counterattack with, which is exactly 90 damage each time, because it is 1 to 5% of our maximum HP. So he'll just counterattack with this again right here. And let's see, it's either going to be the Tornado form, or it is going to be the hand form. So the hand form is actually going to be a little bit awkward, because we cannot just break another ice rod right here. However, the hand form itself actually is not going to deal any damage to us at all. I just mimic breaking the item. I didn't try to do it, have I, huh? Either way, the problem about the hand form is actually I should have equipped the magic defense, I think. Because this one will deal... or will cast Fire 2 as a counterattack. And Fire 2... well, let's put it this way. It's going to hurt pretty hard, or hit like a truck. However, we will win here. Because this is the Tornado form, it is only going to cast Fire 2 on itself and do nothing else. And it is not immune to getting hit by an ice rod. Alright, we win. It could have been actually quite concerning if it turned into the humanoid form again and counterattacked with, well, flame again. Because that way we would have potentially died after the Fire 2 counterattack. Alrighty. Still no death, which is very surprising. This might very easily change the next section here. Alright. And... I think I'm just gonna keep the physical defense equipment set. I feel like that's gonna be better overall. Gonna start equipping a Thunder Rod. The enemies in the next section are not weak to any particular element, and Thunder Rod has the quickest animation. But it's also kind of so I don't accidentally use the wrong or too many of certain elemental rods, because I know Thunder Rods are there to be used for random encounters. We got past Carl Deathless. Yep, first try. Got stupid lucky to say the least. Even only cost me 1 elixir too. It's just like... that's not terribly likely to say the least. Especially since I even had a chance that 7 attacks would not have been enough damage. But it was. It was just fine. I just realized I wanted to be at least level 16 going into the library, otherwise if I'm at level 15, the page 64 might just straight up kill me, since I'm kind of slow. It's always going to be a possibility. Page 64 casts level 5 Doom, a level spell with level X number, in this case level 5, will hit any character that has a level divisible with that number. So 15 is divisible by 5 without remainder, which means level 5 Doom would instantly kill me. So I need to be level 16 probably for the library. Alright, we have 10 minutes to escape from exploding Karnak Castle right here. And there's a bunch of things that we would like to grab along the way. Some money, always going to be useful. And there's also going to be... I don't know actually whether I'm gonna one-shot these here, we'll see. A lot of enemy encounters here in the chests have a 1 in 6... No, what? A lot of these chests... Why am I... Either way, sorry, I'm confusing myself. A lot of these chests here have encounters that are kinda tricky to take on, but just breaking a rod will knock them out, and the chests themselves contain an elixir. A lot of them, not all of them. In here on the left side, we could get a ribbon. Except unfortunately, a Mime cannot equip a ribbon because dancer equipment is not available. Sad face, because that thing would be crazy good. Beyond that, there's random encounters here. These random encounters are not terribly interesting, because I would just break a rod in case it's the wrong one, or alternatively just defeat the sergeant in the back. On the left side of the tower, we would get another elf cape. However, I already have an elf cape, so I'm not gonna bother grabbing it. However, over here is an incredibly important weapon, the Guardian Dagger, or also Mangos. The Mangos gives us an additional 1 in 4 chance to block physical enemy attacks. That is really crazy good. Oh wow, we got really lucky too. So this is normally an encounter with Geiger's plus Sorcerer plus a Karnak encounter here, which I could not one-shot with a single rod. But I've gotten lucky and it was just a Gygus, which is not that likely actually. So that was easy. The Gygus enemies have 850 HP, so they only die barely to one broken rod. If you break a rod, it will always target all enemies, which means I couldn't even single target it if I wanted to. The other enemies that are not the Gygus enemies do, well, have low enough HP that they die to a single rod attack. This one here is a guaranteed individual Gygus enemy right here. So I'm just grabbing a bunch more elixirs along the way, basically. Elixirs, as usual, very, very useful. And we have one more lightning rod to use. Hello. And I think actually I can open up all the chests here. Initially I thought, oh, I can only open certain chests, but no. Aside from the special items and special chests that contain special equipment, all of them that have elixirs in here are quite fine to be just straight up open. I did get additional fire rods and ice rods, so yeah, I can just use them here, this is fine. Get some more money here, and I have, I think, all the chests with elixirs in here. Oh. Chest on the left contains the white mage spell Ezuna, or Heal, which removes any negative status effect. It's pretty good, if you have a white mage, and you're not the one that is getting affected by the status in the first place. On the right side, I think we have a ninja throwing item. This is either the shuriken or some scroll. Either way, it's decent, but not amazing. Okay, and beyond that, we're gonna go and encounter a set of enemies here. Actually, I wanna be in the front row, just for simplicity. So this here is a guaranteed encounter with the Sergeant. The Sergeant always comes with 3 Karnak enemies. He could also appear in random encounters in here, but, well, we didn't get any random encounters aside from that single wolf. The random encounter chance is really low, so that's not that unusual, but there's actually a bit of a difference between those encounters and this one here. So, the wolves will always run away if there is no more other creature in the in the enemy team that is not specifically a wolf. So I remove 2 of the wolves in order for them to not waste as much time attacking me, even though I don't take any damage. And then I'm just gonna focus on the Sergeant. The Sergeant would transform into another creature called Iron Claw. That Iron Claw creature would actually be pretty dangerous, because it can cause Deathclaw on us, which is both critical HP on our character and stunned. So that is ridiculously dangerous if we get hit by that. However, we can just completely circumnavigate that by never letting him transform in the first place. Also worth noting that these Karnak enemies, they never actually attack on their own volition in this fight. They just pause their turn until the Sergeant tells them to attack. Kind of like Steiner's attack in Final Fantasy IX. In the random encounter, these Karnak enemies actually do attack on their own volition and simultaneously get triggered by the Sergeant to attack too. So yeah, pretty easy to do this as a mime if you just buy enough rods. And we even get all the elixirs out of it. My gosh. Nice, Moonman. Yeah, it's basically main gauche is French for left hand. And left hand, it's a kind of a type of dagger that is used for parrying instead of a shield. It's bit more maneuverable, also you can attack with your left hand as well, but its main function is to parry incoming enemy attacks. P. An épée is a sword in French as well. Une épée. Although there's some signs above the E's. I forget whether those are aigu or accent grave, mainly because I don't know which one is which facing direction. Alrighty, I won't need the cabins, I'm just gonna get rid of those. Can sell the fire rod, don't need the giant potions. Don't need the iron armor. Right, and we're gonna buy a bunch more rods here. I have 2 fire rods for Biblos, I have 2 ice rods for the other clown. What's his name? Ifrit. And the rest I'm just gonna invest into thunder rods. Alrighty, we are level 17. Wow, I gained 2 levels defeating the chest encounters. I didn't realize they gave that much experience. Alright, I don't have to worry about being level 15 anymore. How convenient. What I do want... Oh, I don't have any money. Ha! I would like to buy some status recovery items before I forget about it, but, well, I did forget about it before I had no money. Let's just go. The name épée is also used in English for a particular kind of fencing sword. You don't know his brother in French. Yeah, une épée is basically a sword, just kind of like general, if I'm not mistaken. It might be a specific type of sword, kind of like how in America land people say Swiss cheese, but that is an absolutely inaccurate term for what I understand with the concept of Swiss cheese, for what they have as Swiss cheese. But Swiss cheese for them is just a specific type of cheese. It makes a lot of sense in that context. It's just kind of, if you try to use it as a regular descriptor, it doesn't make as much sense. It's fine. Alright, I'm actually going to go ahead and equip the Plumed Hat and the Silk Robe for this next set here. The reason is because I want to take as little damage from Fire 2 as possible. Because upcoming we are going to face against an enemy that is known as Ifrit, and Ifrit likes to throw fire spells at us. The equipment I just equipped gives me more magic defense, and that's going to be what I will want to have in that encounter. North American Swiss cheese is basically Emmentaler. Yeah. Not quite, but yes, that is as close as it gets, I think. Anyway, an épée is a stronger and stiffer sword than a foil, closer to actual rapier than most sports-only fencing swords. Okay. Interesting. Sword classification and terminology gets weird when you try to go between the layman's terms and specific definitions, since usually weapons shifted gradually and then you try to draw firm lines in the gradual changes. That sounds like language in a nutshell. Makes sense to me. I don't really know anything about swords myself aside from like stuff I learned from video games, which may or may not be accurate. Okay, next up, it actually does not matter. So normally what I would do in regular encounters is I would equip the Guardian Dagger in my hand, because that is an additional 1 in 4 chance to block physical attacks. But Ifrit will never attack me in his first turn with a physical attack. He uses 2 out of 3 times, uses Fire 2 as a spell, which, as you saw in Liquid Flame, does hit like a truck. And 1 in 3 times he uses Flame, which would be desirable because it's 25% of my maximum HP. Let's see, Ifrit, he has 3000 HP, he is of course weak to ice, and 2 ice rod breaks would defeat him. Hey, we get the Flame first try, that's lucky. Here we go. 1 ice rod broken. I should not be in the front row, by the way, that's a bad idea. And another Flame, and I win, I guess. What's up with this luck today? He was the reason why I thought maybe I will want to have like 21 or level 21, but turns out it's just fine. I'm getting lucky today. Hello! Every time I get lucky, my guess just goes, hello! With question mark. I feel like you want to add that question mark there too, don't you? So, upcoming, there's actually an interesting piece of equipment. It's technically medium equipment, but has the exact same physical defense as a mithril armor. And is not as heavy, plus it gives +1 agility. So it's overall actually quite a significant improvement with the stealth rope here. It's really nice. It seems to have less magic defense. Oh, actually it is heavier. Why is a stealth rope heavier than a mithril armor? Oh well, it's fine. Let's just go. You have defeated me with the power of money. I will grant you my power if you stop breaking rods in my face. Yep. My favorite mental image of using rods in specific ways, using the healing staff. But instead of like casting a spell through the healing staff, you just whack your allies as hard as possible with it in order to heal them with a healing staff. Like, it's a perfect illustration in Final Fantasy VI. When you hit an ally with a healing staff, it looks really vicious how your character attacks them with a healing staff. But it still heals them. It's great. Can't make any sound while moving if you can't move. That's what stealth is all about. Right. Sure. Alrighty, upcoming is Byblos. Byblos actually has 3600 HP and is often very difficult to take out with... well, without any magic, or more specifically not being able to take advantage of his well, weak fire defense. But with just 2 fire rods I should be able to defeat him. He immediately slowed me, so he is going to get about 3 turns before I get another turn or something like that. He does hit pretty hard, and he could also, in theory, use Sonic Wave, which halves my level. However, we kind of mostly avoided that, and he's just gonna be gone. Goodbye. He's one of the more complex bosses, and one of the biggest walls if you do a solo thief or solo white mage run, because you have to run him out of magic. And as a white mage it took significantly longer than as a solo thief, curiously enough. Can't mime item breaks? Oh yeah, I need to try that still, actually. Still haven't tried that. Rod's damage is actually based on level. What you might be thinking of is Final Fantasy VI, where I think Final Fantasy VI, it is kind of fixed damage for some reason. In Final Fantasy V, it is based on your magic power as well as your level for determining how much damage you do. Alrighty, we have managed to avoid the grind against the wolves for now. But this is where I'm going to break a lot of rods over the heads of black flames. And That's going to result in a lot of levels. My goal level is 41, because technically my goal level is 40, but 41 makes more sense, because that way I'm not susceptible to level 5 Doom. And that is going to be the final level I would like to have in order to beat the rest of the game. Please tell me you will be setting the flames on fire. I mean, I could. They're black flames, so they're not weak or well resilient against any particular element that I have access to. I think they're technically weak against water, but that never really matters either way. Actually, there's something I want to try. With a mime right here. So what happens if I... First of all, I'm gonna equip something. What happens if I mimic first turn? And then attack second turn? Nothing. Okay, because I was kind of thinking the way Fairies mimicked the action that Bots did after she attacked was kind of strange, and I wanted to see whether that would get replicated here with a single character. It does not. But the thing is, the plan is to use lightning rods against the black flames, because it's just more efficient for animation time. But we can use some fire rods too. That way we can set them on fire. It's not much slower. As long as you don't need to use the ice rod, which is a lot slower. So far, the Mime has been a smooth ride. Thank you, Pressure. I don't plan on playing all the pianos, but I just happened to come by this one and decided to play it. For no good reason. It is inexcusable how lucky Yaga has been. Maybe. He always played piano with Galuf because he liked him because he liked him taking a bow. Yep. Galuf is great. Galuf flex. Do I have any more money right now? Nope. Alright, and we're about to move on to Crescent Island. I actually still haven't tallied up how many elemental rods I plan on using. I have figured out approximately how many I need for everything up until Atmos, I think. I don't need any for the crystals. I don't need any for... Actually, I need some for Gilgamesh in XF Castle, I just realized. That's something I haven't quite calculated. Yes, 13,000 HP. Oh, on a completely random note, I would like to point out that today I learned in Pokemon that ice is not super effective against rock, it's just neutral. For however long I have played Pokemon, which is since Generation 1, I thought that rock was weak to ice. It just so happens that most rock Pokemon are also ground, which is weak to ice. Completely random point, because like... Yeah. Exactly, all rock are ground in Generation 1, which just kind of gave me that impression. No, rock is not weak to ice. I see, I'm not the only one. Oh yeah, exactly, Aerodactyl. Which always surprised me as a kid that he wasn't immune to electricity, because all the other rock Pokemon are immune to electricity, because they are also ground. Isn't Sudowoodo the only plain rock in Gen 2? That sounds about right. At least he is plain rock, but yes. Oh yeah, good point. There's also water ones. So I guess if you technically used ice against Kabutops and Omanyte, you would get not very effective text, but then again Gen 1 would tell you that anyways. Either way, yeah, I had no idea until today, where it's like, it's not? Basically I was watching some challenge videos for fun. The guy mentioned it. All the Gen 1 ghosts are got poison, yep, because there's only 3 anyways. And also, all the plants, except for Tangela, are also poison. As a secondary type. And yes, Lick was the only move, or ghost type move, that wasn't a status move or set damage. And it did not work against ghost types. They were immune to it. Psychic types, they were immune to it. It's great. Wait, I need to give you the Mithril Dagger. Good night, Galuf. You get the Mithril Sword. I forgot to equip you guys. That way you can finally knock yourself out in one hit. Galuf still has a regular dagger. Actually, he has a regular broadsword, doesn't he? Wait. Never mind. You love the way PJ plays Pokemon? That sounds pretty fun. Yeah, I think Paris still exists in the latest generation too, though. Sorry. I see you're a victim of autocorrect. Oh yeah, I suppose. I forgot about that. Paris was indeed also grass. That wasn't poison. So, I do want to... Wait, I don't have money. I want to buy the bird's clothes for later, but I don't have money. Guess I'm just gonna wait on that. Yeah. The lightning dog. I think it's more of a cat, but then again I'm not sure. Yep. I like the music. And you know what I can do? Because this is not a speedrun. Sure, I'm keeping time and track and stuff, but it's not a speedrun, but I can just listen to the music if I want to during this challenge. It's great. Kind of the biggest downside of speedrunning games. You can't just sit down and listen to music. Alright. Welcome to our grinding spot where we're gonna probably stay until level 41. And it might not take as long as you might think it does, although it will potentially take as long. Either way, I'm gonna sit in the front row here. Because... give me a second. I'm gonna put the thunder rods closer up in the menu. And... I'm gonna equip... it's gonna be fine. I was going to optimize for speed, but that's not a problem. The black flames are gonna be relatively slow anyways. And the reason why I'm sitting in the front row is I will one-shot this encounter. It's always going to be black flames, 5 of them. And for a solo character, this is a really, really good experience. So if I'm in the front row, it doesn't matter in here because I will kill them before they get to do anything. Black flames have relatively low HP. However, they would have decently high magic defense as well as evasion, physical evasion. So it's kind of tricky to defeat them unless you just break rods on their heads. They give 870 gil each, and breaking one rod costs me 750 gold, so it's a net win of 120 gold, or gil I guess. And they give 1450 experience, which... that's a lot of experience. Like a lot of experience, and that's literally going to be the plan. So the only time I will ever take any damage is if I get into a back attack from these guys. In which case, the front and the back row is flipped in a back attack, and so I'm gonna be in the back row, so all the physical damage they deal to me is gonna be halved anyways. Alright. And that's gonna be all we're gonna do here. Maybe for the rest of the day? I actually honestly don't really know how long this is going to take. Part of the plan is... also, by the way, there's a back attack. Hooray. Part of the plan is to get high enough money in order to buy all the rods I need. And also the other part of the plan is to actually finally figure out how many rods do I need total for World 2. Because unfortunately in World 2 I will not be able to buy elemental rods. I can buy venom rods though, but they're not as good for different reasons. So I will want to figure that out before I move on. So let's see. RQ Avis. I want to have 8 rods, I guess. But either way, I want to have 3, 5, 7, 17, 34, 44, 49, 49 plus however much I need against skill to mesh, which let's say is another 10 probably, maybe more. 49 plus 10, let's say 60. I want to have 60 rods in order to have a good shot at defeating all enemies. Also, hey, let's use fire against fire. Why not? Or fire against flame. So 60, is that it? Yep, 60 it is. Alrighty. So my plan is to get 60 elemental rods before I go into World 2. So we still have plenty of time for that. But these levels are also going to help me a lot to defeat Arceus, which is actually going to be immune to all elements, well except water, in his final phase where I will have to use the Guardian Dagger for it. Thanks to having a shield, it's not gonna be nearly as bad as it could be though. So yeah, basically this is literally going to be my final grinding spot. And part of the goal is to get enough money for enough rods, and the other part of the goal is to just get enough levels. I'm probably going to be defeating a bunch of wolves near Karnak, because I can defeat them easily without having to invest money to defeat them, which should result in more net money per encounter, so I can buy all the rods. Okay, did I forget anything? I can always substitute certain encounters with venom rods instead, so I probably don't need all 60, but I want to have at least 50 venom rods. Elemental rods. I'm gonna be with the Guardian Dagger in the front row for Arceus' final phase, because the biggest danger is getting paralyzed via the physical attacks, and having the additional 1 in 4 chance to block attacks is kind of a big deal. So even though I will take more physical damage from Arceus' final form, the physical damage is not what you usually die to on that encounter. It's gonna be the elemental the status effects that you can block with physical defense. That's why I will be sitting in the front row. Plus you have 1 more attack power, so that helps. Okay, did I forget anything? Does anybody have any more questions? Does anybody... Oh yeah, I should do the washing machine thing that I forgot to do. So actually, anybody who may not have seen that, I actually took a break earlier where I said I'm just gonna do the washing machine thing because all the washing machine should be ready soon. Turns out the washing machine was lying, or it was for some reason super slow, and it took an additional like 15 or 20 minutes compared to what it originally told me it would take. So I'm gonna go ahead and actually do that after we go and restock elemental rods, I think. We have 1 more fire rod to use here. Do we have any ice rods? Yeah, I used all of them. Alright. That's all we get here. And we are already level 23. That's stupidly fast in how quick we get to level 23 already. It's going to slow down the higher level we are, of course, but it's just really crazy good experience per encounter. And the encounters are guaranteed, and we one-shot them guaranteed. The only nuisance could be back attacks, but that's about it. How do I keep getting lost in this world? Over there. What? I don't know whether it's a new washing machine, but that sounds about right, Brecken. So while I'm here, I might as well briefly go ahead and visit this place, because I'll have to do that at some point anyways. Just for the cutscene. Dun, 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 dun. Huh. You used to speedrun the rinse cycle? It's mime time. Yep, I'm gonna mimic the break I did earlier. Okay, buying all the thunder rods. We can buy up to 19. So that's neat. I probably won't need the mithril gauntlets anymore. So let's sell these. I can sell the protect potion. So sell these ones too. I don't need the mithril helmet anymore because we have a green beret now. Always gonna be better to use the green beret, I think. I do want to keep the knife though. I don't need my mithril dagger anymore. Alright, we can buy 2 more rolls. 21. Any cool mimic strats? Nothing so far, honestly. It's just the ability to equip rods has largely carried the run. And shields. You're pretty law-abiding in this game, so there's no mine crime. New mashing machines are kind of the worst. They use 30% less water, but the water and the gas are cheap compared to getting sick. What? Actually, if the tech rules episode about dishwashers has taught me anything, it's more that we are largely just not informed on how we are supposed to use these machines, washing machines or dishwashers. That's the problem, rather than anything else for the more modern ones. Or they just don't make sense and yeah, stuff happens. Either way, I'm going to take another short break, so you're not going to miss anything even if I come back in just 1 minute. But if you need to do something like get a hot chocolate or, I don't know, give somebody a back massage or something like that, now's an excellent time, so be right back. Alrighty, and I'm back. Let's continue. Running back and forth and breaking rods over the head question mark of the black flames. And yes, for Final Fantasy V there are a bunch of versions. The original one was not actually released outside of Japan. This one here only has a fan translation. This is not official technically. So Super Nintendo or Super Famicom, I guess, was just Japan only. Then it had an official release on the PlayStation, and then a re-release and minor overhaul plus an extra dungeon in the Game Boy Advance version. And then they kind of remade it a little bit, kind of, for the Steam and iOS version again. You're welcome. I hope that was a pleasant back massage. Nice. Actually makes me really smile. Like, why not? Back massages are nice. Steam version is hated for fixing the fun bugs. I feel like there's a bunch more going on there too. But yeah. Welcome to you, Metal Hero Regulus. Hope you have a nice day so far. You can't do goofy things with the Rock Wizard anymore? Oh yeah, stuff like that. That's a huge shame. Because that was one of the more interesting things to do in the first place. By the way, just to confirm, speaking of Omniscient, if I break a rod on Omniscient, he's going to reset, isn't he? Because I didn't specifically use a magic command, even though I did do a magic attack. Is that right? Rods break the rules. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alrighty, thank you for confirmation. Hey, save the frogs. Frogs are friends, not food. Final Fantasy V Steam has this strange smooth graphics, you can stand it. Yep, that's just kind of the general feedback, I dare to say. It's just clearly a game that was redesigned for use on the iOS. And it's not just the weirdly smooth graphics, but it also shows on the UI that they end up having to work with. Don't get me wrong, Designing a proper interface is difficult, it's not easy. But I just felt like they could have done a fair bit better than that for the PC release. That is the basic design on all Final Fantasy Steam games below 7. Yep, that sounds about right. Yes, if you want to play Final Fantasy 5, I personally recommend the Game Boy Advance version as well. I personally prefer the Super Nintendo version because of the larger screen resolution, but overall, the Game Boy Advance version is pretty much the best. In my humble opinion. And here's the thing, by the way. The Steam version of Final Fantasy V, I played it. I think it's not terrible overall. But it's a similar problem that I had with the Secret of Mana remake. It could have just been so much more. It's not inherently bad. Just not as good as I would like it to be. And let me tell you, I did actually have some fun with that version overall, because when I did play through that game, it was through a Forge Fiesta, and it was actually quite interesting to defeat X-Death at the end of World 2. That's one of my fondest memory of that version, curiously enough, because the ATB system and enemy action economy just works different. Like, enemies either don't wait at all or they don't wait nearly as long, and consequently, it was actually kind of fun to try and handle X-Death at the end of World 2, because it was much more frantic, but it just worked really well, I felt. Kind of the one thing I feel like was kind of well done. You try Game Boy games on your TV, each pixel was the size of your fist. That's a large TV, but yes. That can be a thing. You sit far enough away though, it should be fine. So we had 21 rods before now. We have 25. Slowly increasing that number right there. Although at this rate I'm pretty sure we're going to reach level 41 before I have the money in order to buy all the rods. At level 40 I will probably just go to the wolves. Actually, at level 40 I'm just going to go ahead and go through the rest of World 1 and then maybe 39. Nah, 40 is the better breakpoint I think for magic power. Probably largely doesn't matter, because it's a really high level for this point in the game either way. Still probably worth it. Probably. Mhm. The judgment stuff is still only? Yeah. Is there anything that you can drop those from? Also, in World 3 you can steal with the Thieves' Knife, so it's usually fine. It's just you don't get to steal it in World 2. What level are we aiming for? Level 41 is my goal for the rest of the game, but I'm gonna go to level 39/40 to complete the rest of World 1 here. That's the goal currently. So level 39, I will probably just start walking through World 1. And then I'm going to try and just stay at level 41 for the rest of the game. I don't know whether this is gonna be reasonably possible, but I think with the tools we have, we can actually try to do this. Which I also think is one of the lowest levels I'm gonna run through the rest of the game of any character. Let's see, what's the lowest level character we had so far? $54... 49 on the Mystic Knight. That's actually pretty low. 49 on the Time Mage as well. 42 on the Chemist. 41 on the Blue Mage. Oh wow. So if I want to have the lowest character level, I would need to go for level 40, but 41 just makes more sense due to blue magics. So 41 it is. Looks like it's Territos, Dark Wizards, except all have rare steel. Let's see. For a long time I did not even know that the judgment stuff even existed. Kind of an interesting piece of equipment. Fairy gained another level. Neat. Dead. Not dead. Just KO. Probably. Maybe as dead as my allies here on the floor. They're just taking a nap. So you're taking a nap. It's fine. Don't worry about it. By the way, you do technically have a chance to win. I don't know what the probability is or how the calculation is done, but you do technically have a chance. Five more encounters after this one. 50% times 40%. It's actually 33% times 40%. For the longest time I thought you had a 50% chance to proc the steal chance, or the steal, but it's actually only 1 in 3. So your probability is even less than that. Even better. Yep. Which honestly, considering how low the chance actually is, it feels like it is surprisingly common to get the rare steals with the steal thingy. Might just be my experience, I guess. I mean, what I could do, thinking about it, I could actually just go grab the airship and it would be faster to go back and forth from the Black Flames. You know, I think I'm gonna do that. We're level 31. That's gonna be sufficient to get through the desert, so let's go ahead and do that. Whoa. You know what I should do before I do anything else? I should go ahead and buy some potions, because I will need them. But more importantly, I also need some status recovery items in case I ever get hit by those specific attacks. And this is just gonna help me a bunch in the future. To be fair, I could have gone to Butts' hometown in order to buy these, which would have been literally half as expensive. Probably should have done that. If only because it's much better music over there. Right, more Thunder Rods. Back down to 22. But hey, actually 23. Maybe more. Don't need the ether. I'm not gonna use the metal armor either anymore. Alright. If I sell actually just a tiny little bit of something, I will have just enough money. 1 potion. We have enough for another Thunder Rod. 25. Alrighty, let's go ahead and visit the sandworm. With our level, this should be no problem. Even without leveling at all, it would have been no problem, really. I want to sit in the back row. And... hey. Maybe there's some weird conditional probability RNG shenanigans going on. I have to admit, I don't know what that really means, but it does feel like there might be a higher chance than actually advertised to get the rare steal. Just because of how the Super Nintendo ends up like calculating things potentially, or maybe how imperfect the distribution of random values actually is. Oh, take care, Blood. Thank you for dropping by and have a nice evening. Alrighty, either way, welcome everybody to Sandworm. Sandworm is only really a problem if you have super low damage output or you're a berserker. Besides that, Sandworm is kind of easy. He has 3000 maximum HP. If you use Aqua Break on him, he takes 8 times damage, ignoring his magic defense. If you need to use physical attacks, which is what I'm gonna do, you want to use a weapon that ignores a roll, because Sandworm is always considered to be in the back row. Always. No matter where he is, even if he's in the front hole. And if you attack the hole by accident instead of attacking the Sandworm itself, it will counterattack with Demi. Or Gravity, depending on translation, I guess. The short version is, you try to hit the Sandworm, whack-a-mole style, but instead you, land in a hole and you take fall damage. That's just kind of the gist of how I understand how this works, because that's more fun than just saying, oh, the hole counterattacks with a spell? That's weird. Either way, the hole's counterattacking is kind of there to discourage you from using area effect spells. Because, well, then 2 of the holes are gonna counterattack with Demi. But you can still use them. Especially with a single high-level character, it's not that big of a deal. Quicksand deals 60 damage exactly to your entire party, plus HP leak status, which is another 100 to 150-ish damage on top of it. His physical attacks are kind of weak, especially considering that he is in the back row, so even if you are in the front row, he still only deals half the damage. Or less, depending on calculation shenanigans. But yeah, that's kind of the short version. If you have a little bit of patience, you can even defeat him without using any elixirs. The only problem we had, I think, so far were with, like, the Bard. The Bard couldn't really do anything clever, it's just like... Oh wow, he switched before I got to hit him. And we resisted Demi, how convenient. The Bard had such low physical defense or attack damage that I think it cost us quite a few... Hello! It cost us quite a few resources. The holes are in the front row because question mark, question mark, question mark. I think it's more of a case of there being hidden entities on the battlefield that you cannot normally target unless you, randomly target. And it's just kind of the nature of how the battle is set up. I don't think it's intended that the Sandworm is always in the back row. It might be, probably not though. Grabbing my healing rod here. Oops. Can I just mimic attacking the Sandworm and it's always gonna attack the Sandworm? Also, I just healed him by accident. I'm so used to the fight command being on the top that I keep pressing up in order to use the fight command, but yeah, that's not how it works right now. Is Reflect a thing you can use to deal with Hole's counterattack? It would be if you could get Reflect, but unless you use some glitches to get items early, you can actually not use or get Reflect at all, I don't think. Hello! There are various glitches that potentially allow you to get like an early Reflect ring or Reflect spell or something like that, but I don't know about them. Hello! Hello! I'm actually gonna try and attack the Sandworm and then just mimic attacking, because I'm really curious whether I will automatically just target the Sandworm or what I'm gonna be targeting there. Gonna be curious. Alright. Attack Sandworm. Now it's just gonna mimic attacking. So he was in top center. Get away from there, it's gonna hit you anyways now. Nope, alright, you don't mimic attacking the Sandworm specifically. Good to know. But earlier that was just a coincidence. But it could have been. Also, unfortunately, I did not keep track of how much damage I dealt so far, so I have no idea where I'm currently at with that. So, just gonna heal. I halfway expected him to only have 1 HP or 1 hit remaining. He might have if I didn't accidentally heal him. There it is, alrighty. You would have had if I didn't accidentally heal him. Alrighty, Sandworm down! Slowly but steadily. So next up, I'm gonna optimize my equipment for speed and physical evasion. And then we move on. Alright, just a little bit longer until we get to our thingamajig. Not sandship, airship. Just one more boss, but that one boss is really easy to defeat if you have access to any form of lightning damage, which we do. What can a mime do in a solo run? Just mime his attack? Yeah, for the most part. So, when you mime attacking, you just mime whatever target you last targeted, if it's still available, that is. And that's about it. What you can mimic, however, is you can mimic using items too. But it does not work with rods or the magic lamp, I don't think anyways. But what it does kind of work with is mimicking using an elixir on yourself, and that does actually not consume another elixir if you do that, to my knowledge. I've not tried it yet, but I think that works. Okay. Chimera here, that's the reason why I saved. A single one is not gonna knock me out, I don't think. But if I get another encounter before the meteor, I might. Well, I might have, but the other guy missed, so it's fine. Alright, hey look, a guy in blue robes went to the right. I think we should go investigate. So of course we go to the left and up here. Hey look, there's the guy in blue robes again. You know, I just really don't want to meet him, so let's go back up here. Oh, there he is again. I think he just really wants us to follow him. Alright, let's go. Whee! There's multiple ways of triggering this specific event here. You can also go to two like specific spots on the right side in order to trigger him being up there, but just one on the left side is more efficient. I did not know that until recently-ish. Meanwhile, completely coincidentally, alright. I actually don't need to heal here, because either I win in one turn or I get knocked out before that. There's not really going to be anything in between. Welcome to Crayclaw. He's pretty much Carboss 2.0, except that he uses a lot more tail screw in his AI script, 2 out of 3 chance in fact in the first 2 turns. It also means often it's more efficient to just hope that he doesn't use a physical attack and just keep attacking him despite low HP. Plus, we have a lot of physical evasion anyways at this point with an Elf Cape and the Guardian Dagger and the shield, and well, he only has 2000 HP, and is weak to lightning. Good night. Oh, I actually need to go ahead and... Do I have any money? I still have 8 gil, so no. Alright, next order operation is just break a bunch more rods over the black flames, because I actually need I need an ice rod or 2. Actually 2 should be sufficient for the next section here. I didn't think about this. But hey, we need to grind anyway, so I might as well just break it up into different stages, why not? Hello! There's my thunder rods, there we are. Oh, wave. Might as well. It's a bit more difficult to menu while waving, but still possible. Hooray. Rude, is it? This is so disorienting. Well, Quadlight bullying the little ones again. So mean. That. Bing bonk. Rubbing. I have no idea about that one. It looks great actually. I like that one actually. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna stop waving now. Thank you. Well, I guess I'm gonna wave again. It's so weird. Lonely? Don't worry, I'm all out of juice soon. Well, maybe you could request a bit of help from the grape jelly juice monster. Maybe at some point I should define for how long I'm supposed to be waving, because usually I'm just waving until I feel like, okay, I'm done now. Oh, well, I guess I'm gonna switch over to Xcode's waving now. Hey. Primers can be processed into grape juice. It's much more efficient if you just ask them for some grape juice. That way you get more grape juice in the long run. Alright, I'm gonna stop waving now, but thank you. Well, I guess I'm gonna continue waving now. Hello, welcome to PMA. Hope you're doing well. If there's a starter mod to make the rabbits rabbits, is there a starter mod to make the slimes grimers? That would be great. I don't know of any, but that's a fantastic idea actually. Can you trust the grimers to make juice? Absolutely, why not? Grapes and grimer farm. Oh my goodness. I want to do that now. Grape and grimer farm. Okay, I'm gonna stop waving now. Thank you. Also everybody, for who might just be listening, right now there's a straw poll in chat for the next Yaga Monthly, which is actually this upcoming Saturday, so please make sure to vote on that. I would appreciate that. Even if you don't necessarily plan on like watching anything during a Saturday or anything like that, I would still appreciate if you could vote. That way I kind of get a better idea on what, well, people in general would like to see. Bravery Keeper is an awesome game. It is. Then again, I feel like all of the games on the list are pretty awesome. Did we ever figure out if you can mimic rot breaking? Actually, no. I kind of forgot to do that until now. Is there any random encounter where I could try in that? I guess technically prototypes, but I would like to not die, because we have 0 deaths and I would like to keep it that way. Regular or Torum run? It's gonna be regular. Sorry, Quadlight. I know you want to see Torum, but I feel like regular is going to be more interesting to me. But now anyways. I was even considering just playing straight up Legend of Grimrock 2 instead. Because I remember that being just kind of a straight up step up from everything, except for the title screen music. Alright. 2 ice rods. Because I couldn't sell the... here. You can only mimic if you equip 2 rods at the same time, otherwise not possible each time it breaks a rod. Okay, thank you very much, Samurai Goro. Which, by the way, Samurai Goro knows a fair bit more about this game than me, so... I just straight up believe you, there's no question about it. Also welcome. I hope you're doing well. Oh, I forgot the cutscene. Hang on. I was about to go to the Tycoon Meteor, but... I need to go and visit this little cutscene here first. Whoops. Hello. Yeah, I figured I couldn't just break rods or mimic breaking rods. That would be great, because that would mean I would need 1 rod for the Heria plant. I did calculate everything for World 2 without assuming that I could just mimic breaking rods. Can mimic dual wield without ninja? No. Boing, 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 boing. Hello. Alright, back into the back row. Equip full physical evasion equipment. Actually, I have no idea how quick Adam and Timmy is. Or slow for that matter. And yes, presumably that's how it works, Profness. Mimic only mimics using an item. Although, curious enough, apparently consumables like an elixir will be mimicked to, well, not consume the elixir for that matter. Which is weird. Alrighty, either way, well everybody, welcome to Adam and Tinny. Adam and Tinny has innate shell and armor status, meaning all physical and magical damage is halved, with some exceptions. He has decently high defenses across the board, so overall he will deal relatively little damage, unless you can take advantage of his elemental weakness. Also, his AI script is kind of straightforward. He attacks twice, then he attacks once, then he attacks twice, then he attacks once. He has 2000 HP, and, well, he's weak to ice. And that's it. Good night. How much are you going to use Guild Toss in the Samurai run? Well, that's an excellent question. I actually haven't figured that out yet. I feel like it is kind of a signature ability of the Samurai, but I don't know how and where I can properly use / overuse that. Because it is pretty expensive if you just use Guild Toss. So honestly, no idea. I will be using it a lot. I don't know where though. Hello. What's the pun doing in the food box? Oh well, the rabbit romps on the pun. It tastes kinda funny. Of course it does. Expensive in Sporobolos, yeah. I'm actually kind of curious how quick I can achieve getting the final ability of the samurai. Forget what it's called. Like Iainuki or something like that? Where you kill anything that isn't heavy. How does Guild House damage formula work anyway? It's something like 1500 baseline. And then you get plus 50 times level or something like that, or maybe that's the cost? I don't remember. But yeah, Poroboros will probably be a good time to use it. Alright. Time to finally equip Galuf with a mithril knife, because I forgot that earlier. And then we get into an encounter to make sure the others are going to be sleeping. Oh, right. Of course Ferris doesn't have anything right now. Alright, and that's it. I'm actually just going to break a rod on these guys, because why not? The Crescents have a 1 in 16 chance to drop us a Death Sickle, and while we can't use it, it's actually worth quite a bit of money. Oh. The twin is it actually survived. I'm a bit surprised. Yeah, mimicking using the rod doesn't really do anything. I'm so used that attacking is up. Didn't get one. That's alright. Wait, before I go in here too, I want to get the Bard's Clothes. The Bard's Clothes give us a... well, slightly higher magic evasion, which is gonna be useful. Also more magic defense. Oh. They would give me. If I had enough money. Okay, now I have enough money. And that's gonna be what I will be using here. So more magic evasion. You can't see the evasion stat, but it does have more magic evasion. And also equip the plumed hat for more magic evasion. So this is 17 magic evasion. 5 from the plume hat and 5 from the elf cape, so that's total of 27% magic evasion. So it's kinda decent, I would say. But, well, we still haven't quite reached the final level, and as I mentioned before, my goal is going to be getting 60 elemental rods. There's that. You know what? I'm just gonna go up into the longer ruins anyways right now. Might as well. Let's just see how this is gonna go. It might be terrible. Might be great, who knows? I'm gonna equip the mithril shield first. And the healing rod. I don't need a mithril shield if I have a healing rod, do I? Yeah, this is fine. Didn't get 2 half-moon weapons from that? 2 half-moon weapons? I'm not sure I understand. Alrighty, welcome to the mini-bosses of Soul Cannon. These rockets here like to use Rocket Punch and... Missile. Missile deals damage equivalent to 75% of my current HP. Rocket Punch deals damage equivalent to 50% of my current HP and confuses me. So that's kind of a problem. Because if I want to defeat these things, one Thunder Rod is not going to do the trick. You have a bit more HP than that. So the problem is actually that if they use Rocket Punch right here and I get confused, I will likely just knock myself out, because I don't have enough physical defense in order to resist anything else here. Well, not entirely. Let's put it this way. I have an 8% chance per attack to deal a critical attack whenever I attack myself. So actually I should equip a shield here, because this would mean that I would only attack once. Oh wow, also deals 1 damage anyways. Don't do it. Okay, we win. Okay. But we win. And this is gonna be the theme, so to speak, for these encounters here. I also kind of need to heal up to full, because there is a chance that it's not going to be the rocket launchers. There's a chance it's going to be a flame gun, which it's not a whole lot of magic damage that they deal, but they deal some magic damage. Oh, breaking the full moon. You don't actually break items if you use them as items in combat, unless they have like a special function like the elemental rods. Okay, there's a flame gun. If I had a flame ring, I could absorb this damage as HP, which would be lovely, but well, I don't. So there's that. But also, the nice thing about these things is that they don't confuse me, so they are an easy prey in comparison. Yes, but you mimed the break. Right, but no, I specifically mimed using the item, but using the item on a full moon doesn't do anything. It just says full moon at the top of the screen and that's it. You know? Okay. It is Solo Samurai or a while. It is kind of hard, mostly because you can push the story forward at a stupidly low level. Yes, that sounds about right. Alright. Thunderbolt! Missile. Missile, good. And we win. How convenient. Running out of potions here though. And the last encounter is gonna be flame guns. Alright, we had a 50-50 split between flame guns and rocket launchers. That's kinda neat. I of course prefer the flame guns because they don't deal nearly as much damage and they don't even have a chance to kill me, as long as I start the battle with high enough maximum HP. Or high enough HP, generally speaking. Okay, and last but certainly not least, we're going to run up against Soul Cannon itself. The Soul Cannon is going to be luck dependent. Let's put it this way. We have a 27% chance to resist the launcher attacks, and we need to resist it twice in a row in order to win. That's the short version. Because Soul Cannon has about 12,500 HP. Not technically true, but let's just roll with it. And the problem about the little launchers is that they have 800 HP, but they are not weak to lightning. The launchers are on the back of Soul Cannon, and their attack will simultaneously put us into words. Their attack will simultaneously put us in the aging status effect, as well as, well, deal half of our current health in damage. Half damage is not bad. The problem is the aging status effect, because it will gradually reduce all our stats towards 1. And our damage will suffer as a consequence. So let's see. Basically 27% chance to resist the launcher's attacks after my first attack, that is. So here we go. Yep, not quite enough HP damage. And we got hit. Now all our stats are going to gradually get reduced to 1. And because that includes agility, we're gonna be slower. But it also includes magic power, so consequently we just deal less damage. Then again, the lightning rods might actually just have enough magic or base attack power that it doesn't even matter. I didn't even think about that until now. Let's just try, shall we? I will want to use an elixir, huh? Heal at some point. So the Soul Cannon itself, it charges up for like 7 turns until it unleashes its attack. And once it unleashes its attack after 128% energy level, it will deal 50% of our maximum health in damage. Which consequently means that, well, I have to heal after each of the surge beams. Guaranteed. There's no really two ways about it. Also, unfortunately, I did not keep track of how much damage I dealt until now, so, well, we'll see. But yeah, we have 1 agility, 1 magic power now. The only thing carrying us is that we have 185 base attack power, and it's weak to lightning, with the lightning rods. So, this actually is still really good damage, especially compared to other solar classes. So I think we don't even need to reset for this. Because getting 2 times a 27% chance in a row is kind of not that great probability. So there's that. Also using high potion instead of using the healing staff, because of course the healing staff is based off your magic power. I might have been able to use it for the first surge beam, but that's kind of questionable. Yeah, the speed loss does hurt quite a bit. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and use an elixir here. And then I'm actually gonna wait until the Soul Cannon attacks again, and then I'm gonna mimic using the elixir, which should not actually consume the elixir. At least I think it shouldn't. Let's see. Elixir, we have 13 right now. That is just turn optimization, and it should be the exact same amount of elixirs remaining here. At least I think it is. Yep, still 13. How convenient. Yeah, this should be fine actually. So a lot of classes, they are too strongly crippled by getting the aging status effect, but I guess if you just break lightning rods, it's not nearly as bad, huh? Never even thought about it this way. Also, I can effectively extend how many items I use here by just mimicking after it attacks, and I get effectively 1 more turn before it attacks again. If I kept properly track of how much damage I dealt so far, I would be able to assess on whether I should just use more lightning rods rather than using more elixirs. Like, it could be it is one attack away from getting knocked out here. But I don't know that because I didn't calculate or, well, keep track this time. Hey, we got him. Nice. Didn't even have to reset. So I think this is the only mandatory battle where you actually gain experience, if I'm not mistaken. You get 70 experience. You know how the healing rod bases its healing off of character stats or flat rate? It is your character stats, both level and magic power. It is the exact same thing as if you were to use Cure 2 as a white mage. Zero death mime swag still. Yep. The only downside right now is that I don't have nearly enough money to replenish my rod supply. So I think instead of going into the Lonka ruins, I'm just gonna relax and hunt wolves for the rest of the stream for now. Yeah, this is actually really unexpected that the Mime manages to retain 0 deaths so far. I mean, to be fair, most of the bosses I had a pretty good chance of actually defeating. It's just specifically, I guess you could say, specifically Carbuncle is incredibly unlikely to defeat first try. Everything else is reasonably likely, but still has a chance to fail. That chance to fail just hadn't appeared until yet. 0 mess, 0 money. Yep. Alrighty, so each one of these wild knock encounters gives us 625 gold. So it's pretty good money-wise, but unfortunately we don't have a way to knock them all out at the same time. So it's gonna be relatively slow, but still technically the most efficient way for me to get money. So that's exactly what I'm going to do for probably the rest of the stream. Until I have enough money to buy the 60 elemental rods that I want to have before going into World 2. You want an Angeling for the magic evade for the battle on the big boat? No. Breaking rods on the battle of the big boat should be decently quick enough. Plus, thanks to our, well, mage equipment, we should have enough magic evasion anyways for the most part. It would not be a bad idea, but right now the biggest concern is to get enough money anyways. So I will get the angel ring in the end from the cave in the end, once I need it or want it. So I'm neither going to get an angel ring nor a flame ring in this playthrough here in World 1. Hello Silesium, welcome! Mime is actually doing quite excellent, thank you. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I guess Mime is stupid lucky. I think that is a fair assessment. Compared to farming wolves one by one, would it be faster though? I mean, it depends on what you want to farm, Zachary. The thing is, I want to farm money right now. And the more efficient way to farm money right now is to defeat them one by one. If I were to buy rods and break them here, I would actually lose money. If I were to break rods on the Black Flames, I would gain a little bit of money each encounter, 120 gold each. And I would get a lot of experience. But I kind of want to keep this at a low-ish level in order to play through the rest of the game. Because I have some plans on how to get basically past everything. And I feel like that's going to be kind of unique to the Mime, the way I'm gonna play it. The Mime is mimicking my luck. Yep. Apparently so. But yeah, right now, how many rods do we have? You were speculating if it was faster to break rods in wolves and just buy more rods versus fighting one by one. I mean, yes, it is faster if you want to get experience from the wolves. You're just losing money. And the fights, of course, are also going to be faster. Faster to get money? No, because the rods cost 750 gold. Wolves only give you 625, so you lose 125 gold each encounter. The Black Flames do give you more money than the wolves, but they are also a lot more difficult to take out with just knife attacks. Yes, flames are high evasion. And even though the dagger cuts that evasion in half, it's still not as good as, well, just breaking rods, realistically. Like, wolves are really good money for how easy they are to defeat and how consistently you can get the entire pack of wolves. It's just, it's not as efficient for money overall if you could defeat the Black Flames with like a single spell. Let's say Blue Mage has Aqua Break, Summoner had Ramur in order to defeat the Black Flames without breaking rods, so that was a lot more efficient and quick. But well, we have a Mime, we don't even innately know any spells at all. Welcome to you, Fleonharth. Yep, doing quite fine, thank you. Hope you're doing well too. And look at the bright side. I can just lean back, relax, and space out during the grind. Grinding can be tedious and annoying, or it could just be relaxing if you just have the right mindset. I choose to be relaxing instead. That's nice. You're stuck on Adventures of Mana. Oh, which one is Adventures of Mana again? I forget. You got a stopwatch out of the feeding a batch of dogs takes 64 seconds. Let's see how that works out for guild per minute. Well, it's almost 625 gold per minute. If we don't get into back attacks like this, it's probably slightly slower. It's a remake from the Final Fantasy Adventure from the Game Boy. Oh, right, that's the one. I heard that one is actually pretty good. So I would guess it's like 600 gold per minute here, which is solid, but at the same time, only 36,000 gold in an hour. Adventures of Mana and Sword of Mana in GBA. Sword of Mana is basically a reimagining of the Adventures game. Whereas I think Adventures is like a more faithful remake. $12 isn't too far off if you're breaking rods, but then you'd have to add in the cost of the rods. Right, that's kind of the problem. Plus, I kind of don't want to level up too high for once. Usually I'm perfectly fine with that because a lot of solo characters have to level up for the final part anyways. But I think I can do it without leveling up that high at all, which I think is more fascinating. I was including the cost, but not the time of resupplying in town. Oh, you would need to kill the flames in 12 seconds to be competitive. Sorry, I just kinda missed that until now. Yeah, that sounds about right. Which, honestly, 12 seconds for the black flames sounds pretty reasonable. Without the resupplying, of course, but beyond that, it would actually be decently quick. Yeah. I would go Black Flames if I wanted to get a ton of levels anyways eventually. But this time around, you know, I think this is the Mime's challenge. We're going to abuse the rod breaking until the cows come home. But we're not gonna do the over-leveling part. Not as much anyways. Oh, take care, Leon Hearth. Thank you for dropping by and have a good time. You could try carrying 297 rods for a flame trip. Well, I mean, that's kind of part of the problem, isn't it? Once I have 60 rods in my inventory, I'm done. The boring beginning of Final Fantasy IX today. Is it boring? Or is it boring because you already know it so well? And you're looking forward to getting to the rest? I thought the beginning of Final Fantasy IX was pretty intriguing, but then again, I haven't really played it much at all. How much money do we have? 6,000. 7,000. How much do we need anyways? How many rods do I have right now? 10. Oh boy. 10 times... so that is 50 times 750. So that's 35,000 and 50 is... 37,500? That's right. Yeah. So consequently, we're gonna be here for another hour, I think. That's if I'm not too bored beforehand. Because we don't technically need all the elemental rods. It's just going to make it a bit more efficient for later. Curiously enough, thinking about it, it is still faster than grinding for a flame ring, huh? Or an angel ring for that matter. You like that you can use Queena's ability to super level early game on the green dragons outside Gisamalok? What is Queena's ability? Eating enemies? Aren't the dragons like level 5 and you can use level 5 Doom on them? I forget which character even has level 5 Doom. I remember using that though, in order to defeat enough dragons to then have the attack to deal maximum damage against the gigantic jawbreaker. Whatever that name was. Queena has to have 1 HP and the ability does 9,999 damage. Oh, right. I do remember something like that. I do remember something like that. And yes, we're grinding for cash for rods. Basically, I want to have enough rods in order to bomb or, well, destroy the entire world too. Rods! Need more rods! Limit Glove is the queen ability. That sounds about right. Rod Rage. Yep. And I'm specifically grinding here instead of the Black Flames, even though Black Flames would probably be slightly less money, but a lot more experience. Which would be more efficient overall, but I do kind of want to stay at least not too high of a level, at level 41 this time around. Because I'm kinda curious how well my strategy is going to work out. Can you buy more rods before... Merugene. I'm going to use the chicken knife. Actually, I didn't even think about Merugene, Moonman. That's an excellent point. I did not actually consider Merugene at all. Or for that matter, I did not consider the mummies in the pyramid either. We can squeak by them with the chicken knife. That's not that big of a deal, I guess. But it's a good point. Should probably pack 2 extra fire rods. And yes, Merugene is very flammable, but only at the very beginning, until she form changes. But in that time, you can probably get in like 4,000 damage anyways. Maybe more. Depends on how quickly she barrier changes. I like how you say meringue. It actually makes a lot of sense, kind of. Meringues are way too sweet for my taste, though. I prefer vermicell. Yeah, and if you're really lucky, she actually never form changes at all, and you can just keep using fire. I think the first 2 turns she does not change form. Then the subsequent 3 turns she has a 1 in 3 chance to change, and then the next 3 turns she has a 2 in 3 chance to change. But technically, she doesn't have to change at all. It's the funny part. Do you have any teasers for your Mime specific strats? Well, it involves being able to avoid virtually all physical damage without using the Mirage Vest, that is. And I will be immune to Grand Cross. Well, except for being turned into a frog. That's the one exception. You don't know how you feel about your spell checker writing better jokes than you can. You were thinking which bosses you could mime their moves against them or something? Unfortunately, that's not how mime works in Final Fantasy V. Mime only mimics what your party members do. So yeah. You do approve of just calling her Meringue now? Yep. I approve as well. Yeah, it would be great if I could actually mimic enemies' actions. That would add a very fascinating layer of strategy to the entire thing. Because if an enemy just uses slow on me, I could just use it right back. And we would be on even ground again. Unless, well, they hit and I miss, or the other way around. Wow, now I want the mime that can mimic enemy actions. That would be amazing. If Gogo can counter with Meteor, you should be able to also. Grumpy face. It's true. Can somebody make a ROM hack where the mime actually mimics enemies' actions as well? That would be awesome. That would make you think a lot. And in case you're wondering, no, you could not use Tail Screw against Carl Boss. That does not work. Because Carl Boss is heavy, and Tail Screw targets whether you're heavy or not. It would be like Blue Mage, but less controllable, yes. But also a lot more, like, wild, in a sense that there's more of a range of what you could probably, or possibly do. Fighting Atmos would be interesting. Not, well, I guess maybe. Fighting Atmos would not be that interesting in my opinion then, because you will probably just mimic a single comet cast. and Atmos is still going to go like 3 times as fast as you do. Like, you don't mimic their status effects or how they behave. Or do you? And even if you do, I guess, he still has 20,000 HP. Hey, wait. Atmos, you would actually initially... Could you absorb Atmos if you just drag him closer and closer and closer? Like, just mimic the removing cactus from combat thingy. There's so much potential there. Yep, you just play Kirby yourself. Chocolate milk! I would like to have chocolate milk now. How would mimicking that magic lamp work? The way it actually works right now is it just uses the next charge of the magic lamp. It unfortunately doesn't do anything special or reuse the same summon that you just used. Would be fascinating if it did though, because that would be quite the interesting strategy. Wonder Rod is the same deal in a sense. Wonder Rod, breaking it as an item, will cast Reset, so you're at the beginning of a battle, so nothing to mimic after a reset. And if you attack with the Wonder Rod, that is when you, well, use the random things. And you just mimic the attacking action, not actually using or attacking with a Wonder Rod action type of deal, for the final result. Would be neat though, but it doesn't. And yes, I'm going to use the Wonder Rod this run. It's actually pretty integral that I get the Wonder Rod in order to be able to use Shell. Without Shell, I would actually not survive an Almagest. Not Almagest. Without Shell, I would not survive the Holy/Flare in 3x phase. I would not have enough maximum HP. No, Grand Cross is fine. I'm gonna be mostly immune to Grand Cross, with the exception of Mini and Frog, I think. You could run the 3 out of MP first to be safe. I mean... yeah, that's true actually. I could also rely on the 1 in 3 chance that he doesn't use Holy or Flare. But... running him out of magic would be way easier, wouldn't it? Does Condemn cost any MP? If your Aegis Shield and Bottomless Potion. I mean... what you can do, actually, what I'm going to do, just a spoiler I guess. I'm going to mini Ferris, so she's going to be a tiny person, while having the Aegis Shield equipped. And this is going to give Ferris 100% evasion against physical attacks. And thanks to... well, the Bone Mail, or more specifically Bone Mail carryover, she will be immune to White Hole anyways. So what I could do in theory is I could just wait until 3x Death runs out of magic, trying to cast White Hole and completely fruitlessly attacking me in phase 1 before I deal any damage. If a Mimic is confused and uses Mimic, what happens? I don't think Mimic uses Mimic when they're confused. Similarly, in Final Fantasy V, when you're confused, you don't just use your abilities or the innate things that you can. I've never seen a monk kick their own party, for example. I'm going to buy potions. I've never seen a monk kick their own party, for example. It's just, I'm pretty sure you can only use specific spells when you are confused as a character. So it is restricted in that sense. Don't use like your entire arsenal of abilities, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know whether it's all magic. Yeah, the Mazabune also never breaks. You can cast haste with it endlessly. Same with the Defender Sword, you can cast Protect endlessly with those weapons. Then again, technically it doesn't even matter whether it breaks the Wonder Rod when you use it as an item or not, because you reset it to the beginning of the battle anyways. I just really like the music here. So our only sealed weapon is the knife for Twintania. We can also use the Sage Staff in order to take care of undead enemies. But yes, Twintania would be probably just using the Assassin Dagger, I guess. We could also use the Magic Lamp if we want to. Schrodinger's Wonder Rod. If you can't see it when it does or doesn't break but resets the battle, is it both broken and not broken? Yes, probably. Tears, thank you so much for 222 bits. Appreciate those. It's definitely a strange question, isn't it? Harris just pushed that old man into the forest there. You think there are spells on the Wonder Wand too? There are, yes. There's every black magic and every white magic spell on the Wonder Wand, just kind of cycling through. Right now I'm actually in a completely different topic in my head right now. How do I defeat Necrophobe while in it? I mean, Necrophobe himself is easy, but how do I defeat the barriers while in it? Oh. Got a mama? Don't know that one. Oh, the Doctor Strange movie. Okay. Wonder Rod is like a box of chocolates. You never know what's inside. Well, that's not true. You do know what's inside if you know the list and know where you've been lost. But still. Will you have enough health to just run the barriers out of MP? Probably yes, but how do I defeat them? Good question. Oh! I know. I know. The Sage's staff is based on magic attack, so being minute or not minute doesn't matter when you attack with it. Does return reset your place in the Wonder Rod magic lamp spell list? Well, yes. It should reset everything. And yes, shell out of the Wonder Rod for Necrophobe at the beginning is pretty much required, I think. Even though I will want to have shell for Neo X Death, I'll just have to cycle through the entire thing. You would love to see Necrophobe versus 100% evade. Yep. That's the plan. Technically, I could even defeat Shinraga if I want to. And yes, this is a money grind. It's gonna be for the rest of the stream here, in case you're curious. Nothing too terribly exciting, but we can talk about stuff. With these two barriers, I have achieved invincibility. Oh, wait. If you do it in this grind, it's way easier because I hold down the A button and that's it. With these if these three, these two barriers, I have achieved invincibility. I think. Now, the funny thing is, if Necrophobe actually attacked you, full on, while the barriers are still up as well, that would be a major boss fight right there. It would be really difficult to do. The magic lamp on the last charge. The thing is, there's no last charge on the magic lamp, technically speaking. I think if you use the Chocobo summon in the end 20 times, you get a special unique summon thingy that you can only get through the magic lamp that is called Egg Chop. And that's just kind of the only thing you get in the end when you keep using the magic lamp. Barriers on Necrophobe are vulnerable to Petrify. Hit them with Cartoplopas. Yes, well, that's what I would do if I were to use the magic lamp against Twintania. But I don't plan on using the magic lamp against Twintania. Then again, I could... well... I suppose it doesn't matter if I set up Golem. Because I should not get hit physically anyways. Unless there's like a 1 in 256 chance that I get hit despite having 100% evasion. I don't actually know whether 100% evasion is 100%. I've never seen them hitting me. Also, I just realized... wait, no, that's the Genji armor. I was just thinking, oh, I need to be able to steal from Necrophobe. No. I steal from Gilgamesh before that. Use Wonder Rod for Twintania to death. Oh! That's way more clever than what I had in mind. Nice, I like it. Let's do that. It's actually an interesting point. I can use all sorts of status effects with that thing. Actually, I'm gonna stop waving now. I've been waving forever now. That's actually an interesting point. I didn't even think about that. But we do have access to a lot of status effects through the Wonder Rod too. We do have Death, Stone, Toad, Mini, Poison. We don't have Blind. We don't have Old. We have Sleep. Don't have Paralyze. We have Charm. Mute. No Slop and Slow. I didn't even think about that. That's an excellent point. Too bad I don't get the Genji shield before Omniscient. Otherwise I could just Berserk him. Well, I guess I don't technically have to. I could just abuse the Mirage West. The setup. Well, yeah, but it's also more likely to die because I won't have enough HP to survive the thingamajig. The Giga Flare. Twintania can be frogged. Yep. It's great. A boy in his Rod solo speedrun started with the Mime and the Wonder Rod. Can we reflect Twintania's flare? No, you can reflect Bahamut's flare, but Twintania cannot be reflected. $20,000. I might do the rest of the grind next time. That also gives time for people to come into the stream. Can you exclamation mark control when Twintania's guard is down? I don't think so, but I have to admit I don't think I checked or tried. Let's see. You love doing that actually, leaving rain for the start of next stream, means you can start playing immediately, nobody misses anything. Yeah, it's definitely true. The reason why I always have like 10-ish minutes of the start screen up before I start usually. That way you can just say hello to everybody. Let's see. Guide says no. Oh, okay. I thought that would have been funny. Use Twintania's Giga Flare against itself. Hello. There are many ways to break this game. And that's the great thing about it. I'd have to say it's not just about breaking the game as much as it is like finding different solutions to the same problem. And as a lot of people probably know by now, that's my favorite kind of puzzle game. Where you might have one solution that works really well, but there's other solutions that work too. Kind of my favorite thing about video games when they do that. The rabbit was playing around with the Minsk when everyone heard the rumbling of a miniature giant space hamster's tummy. The rabbit politely opens up the food box and lets Minsk place Boo in there for a snack. Minsk shouts, "Go for the fries, Boo! Go for the fries!" Roar! I love that one, it's great. I don't even remember who came up with that. So lovely though. Go for the fries. Alrighty everybody, I think this is really good progress for today with the Mime. We have managed to almost get enough money. I still need up to 36,000 I said I think, in order to have as many rods as I want to have. I'm pretty sure I could just substitute a bunch of rods with venom rods in World 2 as well, it will be fine. And the rest of it I can just get while grinding for the Black Flames then. So everybody, thank you so much for watching, and for listening, and for lurking. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I hope you enjoyed your stay around here, and well, I'm getting confused, and I wish you a nice day. Until next time, take care, and have a good night.